Honorable members, I've been informed that the whipper has agreed that there won't be any motions so that we get straight to the business of the day. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 4, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2015.
Let me take the opportunity to welcome the Minister. Minister, may you introduce the
Chairperson, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Ministers Bapela and Nell, see Nell here, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Mr. Mohapi, and representatives of local government in our midst. I have the honor today to present for your approval the budget vote of the Departments of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the National Council of Provinces. The mission of this administration is to radically improve municipal performance so that residents within a municipality can experience better living conditions, working conditions, and business conditions. Above all, our people must enjoy dignity, safety, and well-being in our municipalities. The Back to Basics program is designed to achieve these objectives. Over the past 15 years, we have built the foundations for a resilient local government system. It has many strengths, it also has some weaknesses. Our task is to celebrate our strengths and address our weaknesses with courage and determination. We are indeed on the path towards building a new narrative for local government, a narrative characterized by transformed spaces where our people work, live, play, and conduct their business. These spaces must be known, amongst other things, for less or no sewage spillages, working traffic lights and safer roads, well-maintained parks and recreational facilities, clean and healthy environments. Over the past 6 months, we have seen progress, Chairperson. Municipal leaders have in various ways embraced this program and are giving concrete expression to it in their areas. The Back to Basics program is working. It is gaining currency and support within national government and provinces. Increasingly, mayors and other senior politicians and officials are giving the leadership required to improve the conditions in our cities, towns, and villages. They are increasingly providing the momentum that this program requires. Importantly, this program provides opportunities for partnerships with NGOs, other community-based organizations, and the business sector to improve conditions in our municipalities, but also to improve the capacity of our institutions. As you know, on the 18th of September last year, the President launched the Back to Basics program at a presidential summit. You're also familiar with the 5 pillars of the Back to Basics program: putting people first and their concerns first, good governance, basic service delivery, sound financial management, and building capabilities within our institutions. In the last 6 months, we have seen encouraging shifts within the 3 categories of functional, dysfunctional, and at-risk municipalities. A number of municipalities under intervention, for example, have been stabilized. Examples of municipalities that have shown better stability and improvement, though not necessarily have solved all of their problems, are Mokalakwena, Matlosana, Mvoti, Mzanyati, Mapumulo, to name a few. Step by step, we are changing how institutions are working in practice and are already seeing positive results. It is important that municipalities develop their own capacity for sustainability in the medium and long term. We have to state, however, as I said earlier, that challenges do remain. We frankly indicated this in the Back to Basics diagnostic, so it's no secret. There is no easy walk to better performance. We are committed to ensure that in the next 4 years, municipalities would have taken a huge leap forward in tackling both the legacy challenges that we face and the complexities of the 21st century. In strengthening good governance, we cannot overemphasize the crucial leadership role of mayors, councillors, and managers within municipalities. Municipal leaders must know that any shortcoming or progress on their part will either positively or negatively impact on the lives of the residents in their municipality. Amongst other things, they must take responsibility for accounting to and communicating with the public, governing within the law, ensuring that public funds are spent properly, ensure that the quality of municipal services are provided in the right way, the competence of the staff that they hire, applying bylaws rigorously to maintain discipline within the municipal area, creating helpful conditions for investment in their municipality and for small and micro businesses, creating jobs and training opportunities for youth and women. These are the non-negotiable basics, if you like, that must be practiced daily by municipal leaders. In the context of strengthening good governance, I want to refer to some of the changes announced in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality yesterday. As the momentum for the Back to Basics program grows, we will intervene in different ways in different dysfunctional or challenged municipalities in order to ensure the proper performance of municipal functions. In particular, we will work with our provincial colleagues to intervene in municipalities that experience political instability or administrative malfeasance that negatively impacts on the community. The announcement yesterday by the ANC of the new mayor and deputy mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay municipality marks another milestone in the implementation of the Back to Basics program. I congratulate Mr. Danny Yodan and Mr. Biggs Ndoni on their appointment as executive mayor and as deputy mayor. And I believe that one of your own, chairperson, also takes up a prominent role in the municipality. I'm sure you want to applaud him on his appointment. This is the beginning, we'll get there. This is the beginning of a comprehensive intervention and support package to radically improve the performance of the municipality. The package of measures will significantly change the performance of the municipality and meet the needs of all sectors of the residents of Nelson Mandela Bay. There will be further announcements in this regard in due course. In enhancing citizen participation, we have seen improvement in customer satisfaction at a number of municipalities after the introduction of a complaints management system in the municipality. For example, Tlokwe local municipality in the Northwest Province has developed a fully functional complaint management system. Monthly reports are tabled at council meetings indicating, amongst other things, the number of complaints received and resolved, average period taken to resolve complaints, availability of service delivery standards, and indications of whether there is a senior official delegated to monitor progress. The City of Johannesburg is establishing an Office of the Ombudsman, who will deal with all complaints about the municipality and facilitate mediation and conciliation between affected parties where this is necessary. Similarly, strengthening the effectiveness of ward committees and improving oversight on progress of IDPs and various other plans at a municipal level, including ward-level service improvement plans, will ensure greater community involvement. Ward 1 of Bloberg local municipality in Limpopo is an example of a successful ward committee model. The ward committee members are allocated portfolios that are linked to various departments of the municipality. This ensures that community concerns are addressed within the framework of service standards developed. Quarterly ward committee functionality reports are tabled at council meetings through the Speaker's office. A similar trend can be seen in Ngutu in KwaZulu-Natal and several municipalities in the Northern Cape, where ward-level service improvement plans are currently being implemented. Our ambition, obviously, is that this must extend to many other municipalities across the country. Again, to get a better assessment, Chairperson, of customer satisfaction and community engagement, in the coming year, COCTA, together with the GCIS, will intensify measures to ensure that people and their concerns are put first through a national citizen satisfaction survey, which will measure municipalities' performance in relation to responsiveness, representation, and accountability as the public experiences it. The survey results will be published nationally, and we will engage with municipalities to address issues raised by citizens. Bavians's local municipality in the Eastern Cape, West Rand District Municipality, and the Ekurhuleni Metro in Gauteng have started with these surveys as well. In order to bolster municipal performance, particularly in relation to infrastructure projects, the Municipal Infrastructure Services Agency within COPTA will in the next 6 months support municipalities in several areas. Amongst these are project and engineering management, wastewater and sewer networks, contracting services, and asset management plans. We are in the process of refocusing MISA so that it responds to other infrastructure challenges in municipalities, especially in respect of the root causes of difficulties in service provision. COPTA and National Treasury are developing robust municipal improvement plans to improve financial management, including credible audit action plans, the strengthening of MPACs or Municipal Public Accounts Committees so that they can have effective oversight over public expenditure, clearing up indigent registers, I'll come back to this in a minute, ensuring that the competent staff are hired, and improving above all revenue collection. We are confident that there will be improvements in audit outcomes when the Auditor General announces the results for the 2013-14 year in June this year. Another important area about which several delegates have made or sent us questions is the question of the property rates and its implementation. Property rates are a significant source of municipal revenue, as we all know. We will be taking steps to ensure that municipalities collect the revenue due to them. Municipalities are being assisted in the following way in respect of the implementation of the Property Rates Act. Firstly, in respect of assessing rates policies, the approach to property categorization, the criteria to grant exemptions, reductions, and rebates, and consistency between the rates policy and actual rating practices within the municipality. The sense in the RAND rate for each category of property and the ratios between residential and non-residential property. Checking whether council resolutions have been taken for the levying of the rates in accordance with the law, and publication in the Provincial Gazette of Property Rates bylaws to give effect to the rates policy and decisions of the council. Let me now move on, as I said earlier, to the free basic services to indigent South Africans. The provision of free basic services to indigent households is an important pro-poor government program. We are supporting municipalities to review the indigent policies of the municipalities, to ensure that all indigent households are registered by the municipalities, remove all households on the register that are able to pay for consumer services, and remove all households from the register whose conditions of living have in fact improved. It's regrettable that there are many instances in a few municipalities where indigent registers actually have the names of fully employed people who have more than a decent salary. And we must make an appeal, and I hope this House, regardless of party political affiliation, will join us in asking that South Africans desist from this practice, because we are now asking for benefits to be given to those who can afford to pay for their services rather than for the constituency that they actually intended for. Let me reiterate that we are serious as government about fighting corruption. However, we need the assistance of all those who have evidence of corruption. Report these instances to the police. This will send an important message to the private and public sector that South Africans will fight this scourge together. Those that are found guilty are being dismissed in several municipalities. For example, the city of Johannesburg has dismissed officials who are found guilty of fraud and corruption. In the Eastern Cape, there are officials currently appearing in court on the allegations of corruption and other related charges. We continue to work closely with law enforcement agencies to assess 98 forensic reports from municipalities and take the necessary action in respect of those reports. An important area that we want to focus on in the coming year is partnership with business. There are a number of business organizations, as collectives or individually, who have made a commitment to support municipalities and ensure that their service delivery programs indeed work. We have established 12 business development fora in the West Coast, Sedibeng, Sarah Batman, Umgungundlovu, Waterberg, Bojanala, Ishlanzeri, Garahes, Matlosana, Greater Tubatse, Mofutsanyana, and Bojanala is a repetition, district municipalities. Through this initiative, companies such as ArcelorMittal, PPC, Tronox, and others are working with provincial departments of economic development and tourism and local governments to expand their offerings of practical work training opportunities for over 900 artisans in the West Coast District Municipality. In Sarabatman District, the program has successfully unblocked a commercial aquaculture investment valued at over 300 million rand, providing 400 jobs for young people when at full production, and supported by the Blue Karoo Trust, the Giant Flag program, supported by companies such as Toyota, Eco Pullets, Montego, Giant Flag Trust, Ernst & Young, amongst others. Ernst & Young will provide over 800 jobs and an investment of over 200 million in respect of a project as well. In Umgungundlovu District Municipality, the program has facilitated the unblocking of a major investment in Umsunduzi local municipality by Alumico, valued at over 200 million rand, and will create over 500 permanent jobs. We call on all South African companies to emulate these companies and ensure that local communities that work for them in their enterprises also benefit from the profits that accrue in those companies. The Community Works Program, Chairperson, is this government's way of providing a basic level of income security through work in socially important areas. The program provides an important safety net for the poor, who through work and training can enhance their life prospects over time. Some key features of the program are the involvement of the community in determining what work must be done in that community. From the 2013-14 year to the 2014-15 year, the number of sites of CWP have increased from 148 to 185. The number of municipalities increased from 140 to 159. And this year, the number of sites will increase to 220. Over the 5-year term of this administration, some 5.6 billion rands will be spent on this pro-poor program. In the past year, some 44,000 people were trained as part of this program, enabling them to explore other income-generating opportunities. 800 participants have been trained by the Amajuba FET College in early childhood education, bricklaying, and home-based care, amongst other training elements as well. As we address you in the NCOP, we must ask ourselves how we could improve and strengthen the role of provinces in supporting and managing the performance of municipalities. In a capable and developmental state, each sphere of government has a crucial role to play in both delivery and mutual support to strengthening institutions. Provincial governments are required to play a significant and direct role in monitoring municipal performance, providing wide-ranging support to municipalities, and provinces also have an enforcement role, that is, ensuring compliance with the law by municipal leaders and officials. More will be done in the year ahead to increase alignment among spheres of government and ensure the development of appropriate expertise in all of the provinces to perform this role. In addition, the importance of joint work and joint planning to provide efficiencies in the provision of sustainable services such as water, energy, waste removal, and sanitation is important. We must also respond to the need for well-designed transport systems, well-located economic opportunities and access, health, and educational facilities within our integrated human settlements. Last year, I pointed out the important role of districts in regional planning and provision of services. As Back to Basics was introduced, part of this program is the strengthening of district government capability, and the first deliverables of which have been 6 district case studies and an evidence-based report with important recommendations for key interventions. These assessments highlight where we should primarily direct our energies and focus. 3 pilot districts will begin work in the next few months. During March 2015, representatives from 187 UN member states adopted the first major agreement of the post-2015 development agenda, a far-reaching new framework called the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Management, and our National Disaster Management Center, together with its provincial and local government equivalents, is an important part of this process as well. Let me indicate that the local government elections are coming, as we all know. The present 5-year term of councillors ends on the 18th of May 2015. Elections must be held within 90 days of this expiry date of the term of office. The Municipal Demarcation Board is in the process of demarcating wards and reassessing the outer boundaries of those financially unviable municipalities that have been referred to them. The board will present its determination on wards to the IEC during November 2015, and the IEC will then begin the process of determining voting districts and drive voter registration, which is an important part of our democracy. As I conclude, I'm sure you will join me in congratulating King Mpendulo Skau, who has been coronated by the President last week. Zwelonke. This was the first coronation in the country in the democratic era. The event was a marvelous display of our diversity and the linkages between constitutional democracy and traditional leadership. Let me thank the chair of the committee, the select committee, and all of the members of the select committee, the deputy ministers and the staff of COPTA for their role up to this point in time and their continued support in the future. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. May I therefore call on Honorable Moapi to continue the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers present here today, the MEC from Eastern Cape, Honorable members of the NCOP, special delegates, Salga Rep, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, the introduction of budget vote debate takes place against the backdrop of the passing of our icon, Dr. Ruth Sekhumutsi Mompati, who was affectionately known as Mama Ruta. South Africa has lost a very inspirational, tried and tested liberation struggle veteran who has contributed immensely towards we are today as a new united South African nation. The ANC and South Africa as a whole has lost a towering giant and a mother to countless generations of activists. May her soul rest in everlasting peace, knowing that her role in building our country's future will never be forgotten. As people, we owe it to her and the generations before that our vision of a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society comes to pass. Equally, Chairperson, this budget vote takes place against the recent coronation last week on Friday, the 15th of May 2015, of the Amaxhosa King Mpendulo Skau at the Nkadu Great Place in the Eastern Cape. This was the first coronation to be conducted by President Jacob Zuma after 21 years of democracy, since the coronation of his father in 1965 during the apartheid era. The event was of international status as invitations were extended to the kings and queens across the country, the continent, and the European countries. Zwelonke. Chairperson, this year we are celebrating 15 years of democratic local government. Significant advances have been made in establishing a single local government system from the undemocratic, unaccountable, and racially divided apartheid system. Progress has already been achieved in the provision of services to many communities. The white paper on local government paved the way for a modern local government system with clear developmental objectives. However, as the Presidency 20-year review highlights, challenges remain. We have to do better to promote good governance and the function of municipalities, and also in the delivery of basic services. We should do better in improving services such as water infrastructure, solid waste management, and the provision of electricity. The National Development Plan makes it clear that meeting a developmental agenda requires functional municipalities and capable machinery at a local level that can create safe, healthy, and economically sustainable areas where citizens and people can work, live, and socialize. The back to basics approach in which this budget vote aims to achieve is meant to address challenges faced by local government, strengthening municipalities, instilling a sense of urgency towards improving the citizens' lives. Chairperson, Municipalities must therefore ensure that all programs which are implemented at the local level are clearly communicated and reported to our communities, as outlined in both the Municipal Systems Act and the Constitution. Going back to the basics further means reviewing tendering system and dealing with corruption systematically within the supply chain management system in our own local government. This plan is reinforced and informed by the ANC's history of grassroots community involvement, with its track record of bringing people together and working with them, as well as its vision of a better life for all, which is a guiding principle as we work together in local government. As a select committee, we will do our part to ensure that the 27 back to basic priority municipalities are supported by the department in order to develop and implement the citizens' empowerment programs. This initiative will ensure that public confidence in the local government system is promoted by changing the relationship between the citizens and local government. Chair, on community work program, this program will contribute to the National Development Plan's goal of broadening work opportunities through community-based employment schemes. This program aims to tackle poverty and provide livelihood support for poor households by providing participants with a minimum number of regular days of work to supplement their existing livelihoods. The program has been housed in the Department of Co-operative Governance since 2010. Over the medium term, the department expects to provide employment to 362,000 participants with a budget of 9.7 billion in the infrastructure and economic development programs. For example, Chair, one of the residents, Hanse Smith in Kroonstad, Mokaka local municipality, who happened to be a beneficiary of CWP, currently holding the position of an administrator in Kroonstad, proudly attests to the success of this program by saying, I quote, "I was unemployed since 2004 when I completed schooling. But now through this program, I am able to put food on the table. I have since acquired various skills, including generic interpersonal skills, as well as project management skills, which I couldn't have before. Now I can use this experience to apply for other jobs in the future." Siyaqhuba. Last year, Chairperson, the Joslovo Engineering High School, which has long been a source of pride to the residents of Khayelitsha, saw many people deeply disturbed to learn that the school has been attacked by vandals during the December 2014 holidays, rendering it largely unusable. The science laboratories were wrecked. Through the assistance of CWP, the science labs were restored, new windows were installed in all classes with broken windows, and the school was painted, including the ceilings, as well as cleaning and maintaining the schoolyards. As the Select Committee, we are saying, keep up the good work, Siyaqhuba. Chairperson, one of the biggest lessons of the 15 years in local government is that cooperative governance is a precondition and a constitutional obligation for South African developmental state. This means greater involvement of people in the development process and in matters of governance. Furthermore, the state must play a more active role in economy and in taking care of the poorest of the poor in our society. The view of the ANC is that the South African developmental state must be characterized by 1, directing development through a common vision. 2, improve state leadership, technical and organizational capacity and capability. 3, faster service delivery. 4, outcome-based cooperative governance, which means focusing on making the lives of people better. 5, not simply engaging in technocratic exercises, but rather in a revolutionary approach that will require an activist contact on the part of our public representatives and officials. And lastly, mobilizing resources and work with partners, stakeholders and communities in developing and executing programs effectively. Chairperson, the operationalization of the back to basics approach requires some fundamental changes in the way the department works in order to create a more responsive, service-focused system of local government that meets the needs of our people. Our observation as the Select Committee is that programs in terms of reorganizing the structure of the department has been done in the following department. Back to Basics Command Center will be established, local government transformation, institutional development, local government management, community work program, finance and corporate services. Honorable Minister, we need to change the political culture in local government, and to do this, we need to popularize a new morality of service and integrity, making sure that effective leaders and well-run municipalities are recognized and rewarded, insulating institutional systems from political manipulation, and ensuring consequences for maladministration and mismanagement, fraud and corruption. We urge that there should be a targeted and vigorous response to corruption and fraud and a zero-tolerance approach to ensure that these practices are rooted out, including supply chain management practices in municipalities should be closely scrutinized. Chairperson, during the Taking Parliament to the People program in Oudtshoorn on the 13th to the 17th of April 2015, which was held under the theme 20 Years of Democratic Parliament, the program reminded all of us that there is much more we still need to do. Although too few people have work, there are still many living in poverty, inequality is stark, and social dislocation is pervasive. Too many of our people are still struggling to achieve a better life for them and their children. Unless we move with urgency and determination to address these issues, we will struggle to realize the vision of Freedom Charter. Chairperson, during this program, Taking Parliament to the People, we have been informed by Salga and Back to Basic reports that there are municipalities in the Western Cape that are in ICU, like Swellendam, Oudtshoorn, and Canaland local municipality. Municipal Demarcation Board Chairperson, the MDB closed the redetermination of municipal boundaries processes in 2013 to commence with the ward delimitation process in 2014. However, the minister's request to redetermine certain municipal boundaries necessitated the review of the MDB ward delimitations. As the ANC, our view is that communication on the MDB work should be improved to ensure that public appreciate the work of the MDB. The public should be made to understand why certain municipalities should be redetermined, including the request to consider creating a metro for the whole of the Western District Municipality with Mogale City as its core. Chairperson, the call to reiterate the zero tolerance to initiation fatalities should be intensified. As a select committee, we are glad that the Cabinet has approved the initiation policy. The policy will, among others, serve as a legislation which will enforce the male medical circumcision. On xenophobic attacks, Chairperson, we strongly condemn the xenophobic attacks on foreign nationals, particularly what happened in the Free State in Peterstain last night, where foreign national shops were looted and burned. In conclusion, Chairperson, we support the budget because it will integrate and align planning, performance monitoring, reporting, information management, communication system with traditional affairs sector. It will also ensure that it addresses the challenges facing local government. For Back to Basics program gives South Africa a set of tools by which they can hold their municipalities to account and measure whether they are living up to their mandates. Local government is everybody's business. Let's make it work. Siyakoba.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Chetty, can you continue the debate?
Watch the space. Greetings and salutations, Honourable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. Who would have thought that Tata Madiba's famous quote on passing through the valley of the shadow of death within this context of apartheid then, today speaks of the ANC's deployment of corrupt cadres that is crippling the provision of basic and essential service delivery to our people. Your party's deployment of incompetent cadres has seen many qualified, deserving South African citizens fail to gain employment. This was epitomized yesterday when the ANC scored an own goal, announcing that Danny Jordan will be the new mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay. As the ANC playing political football with the residents of Nelson Mandela Bay, as we run up to the 2016 local government elections. Many stadiums that were built under FIFA are white elephants, as they do not generate enough income to be self-sustainable, leaving municipalities in serious debt. If the ANC and Danny Jordan are serious, then Mr. Jordan must resign as SAFA president if he thinks he has any chance of ridding Nelson Mandela Bay from his current crippling ANC governance. This is just an example that frustrates more South Africans, sparking violent protests, not only against our own government, but also our foreign neighbors who have come to seek refuge in our country. Honorable Minister of Corrupt Governance and Traditional Affairs, what role and responsibility has your department taken to quell this rising tide of violence across our municipalities and against innocent people? Your ministry has failed not only our South African citizens, but the African continent as a whole. The most recent xenophobic attacks on our foreign national brothers and sisters is unacceptable. The irresponsible utterances made by King Goodwill Zwelithini that foreign nationals must pack their bags and leave this country witnessed your ministry and the KZN Premier abdicate your responsibilities to hold the king accountable. And instead, the Zulu royal household splurged 5 million rand on 7 new luxury Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedans, 1 for each of the 6 queens and 1 as a backup vehicle. Your much publicized Back to Basics initiative has followed closely on the failure of the previous Operation Clean Audit. Under your Back to Basics, Honorable Minister, the corruption due to cadre deployment has reached a crescendo. More municipalities have been placed under Section 139(1)B Administration 6 or Section 139(1)C Dissolution 3 during your first year. This is not a good story to tell. Interventions are meant to ensure that errant councils are forced to comply. Yet we witness the ANC deploy further corrupt cadres to administer these troubled councils. Makana, where Pam Yako was deployed at an exorbitant monthly salary of 200,000 for only 18 days of work, baffles the mind. A council that is placed under administration needs continuous supervision, 24/7. It is regarded as a council in ICU. In Ngaka Modiri Molema is another example, where you dissolved the council, elected new councillors, and still, at the most recent Select Committee oversight meeting with the council, the newly elected mayor shed tears that they are not receiving assistance from the administration because it's the administrators that are still controlling the district council. The very same officials who were implicated in sabotaging service delivery to the people of Ngaka Modira Molema. Minister, did your dissolution of this council have all the desired outcomes which both you and the residents of Ngaka Modira Molema expected? Sadly, the answer is a resounding no. You should give serious consideration to our recommendation that when councils are placed under administration, that an independent auditing firm be engaged to oversee that intervention. This will ensure that not only competency, but a proper exit strategy report will be presented and that we, as government, can hold the accounting firm accountable. Honorable Minister, you are misleading our poor people. You have said government will continue to provide, through the equitable share to municipalities, adequate resources to enable them to provide free basic services to the poor. But you know full well that government is withholding this equitable share to some municipalities. This is a double-edged sword, Minister. Councils need to provide the service to its residents. Yet the threat to withhold the equitable share to councils due to the outstanding accounts with ESCOM has now placed these councils in further financial debt. This is an additional contributing factor to councils failing to make their payments to ESCOM. One cannot be faulted for assuming that Chancellor House's shareholdings in Medupi and Kusila power stations must have been a key motivating factor to withhold the equitable share to keep those ANC shareholders happy. As of the end of March, these monies have been withdrawn from some municipalities. This is unconstitutional. But then again, what's new? The ANC does not hold itself accountable to the Constitution. We all can recall the Speaker calling in of the Sergeant of Arms to manhandle the opposition members at the recent State of the Nation address. And last week, the Democratic Alliance was successful in its court application that the ANC Speaker had no right to act in the manner that she had. Your hastily and ill-conceived attempt to merge municipalities prior to the 2016 local government elections is nothing more than a desperate attempt of gerrymandering by the ANC to strengthen and consolidate its support base on municipalities that are either controlled by a simple majority or in alliance. As those in alliance have seen ANC coalition councils dissolved, like Mutuba, for example. The times, they are changing, Honorable Minister. You have not only failed hard-working, law-abiding, consumer-conscious citizens, but you have failed your very own comrades. Yes, Minister, we are witnessing your comrades in their ANC-clad T-shirts embarking on service delivery strikes, marching against ANC-led municipalities, burning tires, barricading roads, and some turning violent. Moipofana in KZN is one such example. Mogalakwena in Limpopo is yet another. Your reference to MISA in the National Assembly is indeed shameful, knowing full well that they awarded a 600 million in contract to the politically connected Cienza Group without following the competitive bidding process. This is yet again indicative. The more things change, the more they stay the same. As we celebrate our 21 years of democracy and our first year anniversary of being sworn into office as the 5th Parliament to improve the lives of our fellow South Africans, we note the success of the DA-aligned DASO's victory over the ANC-aligned SASCO student body at the bastion of learning for struggle icons, the Fort Hare University. This is but the tipping point, Honourable Minister. We must acknowledge that from the ashes of apartheid, a united, prosperous South Africa, based on DA values charter of freedom, fairness, and opportunity, will emerge triumphant. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sasa, can you continue the debate?
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I stand here today feeling greatly honored to reflect on budget vote number 4 of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Indeed, our journey to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist and democratic South Africa is maturing and is firmly on the right track. This is evidenced by the fact that I stand here addressing an audience in the 5th Democratic Parliament elected by all the people of the Republic of South Africa. Deputy Chairperson, the status quo is affirmed by the preamble of the Freedom Charter, which states that we, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. I rise to acknowledge the commitment made by the Honourable Minister to, amongst others, build resilient institutions to respond to the vexed and stubborn challenges of the day facing the municipalities and traditional leadership institutions in the country. Weak government institutions and systems make the government's agenda to create better communities a daunting one. In this regard, the need to raise the quality of leadership to improve the capacity of the state to deliver on the needs of communities is long overdue. To this end, honorable members, we welcome the deployment of the President of SAFA as the new mayor of Nelson Mandela. I can pick a sense that there are people who are panicking about this deployment. And they are making all sorts of attempts. I'm almost certain why they are panicking is because they know the credentials of Danny Jordan. In the same vein as the Executive Council in the Eastern Cape, I have refused to concur with some of the appointments that failed to meet the prescribed job requirements. I'm trying to say here, we are not appointing incompetent cadres, as the speaker before me tried to imply. The back to basics approach that we have adopted, it actually indicates to all of us that we will not appoint anybody who does not pass the test This is what we are doing in the Eastern Cape. This is what is being done across the country. The Eastern Cape province has embraced the Back to Basics campaign with both hands, and a provincial launch took place in November 2014. The Provincial Steering Committee meets on a monthly basis to synthesize reports from district coordinators. A comprehensive communication approach to Back to Basics has been crafted in the province and presented to the Provincial Steering Committee, and all communicators in the province are to align their plans with the Back to Basics. In our quest to bring government closer to the people, the implementation of district coordination model is gaining momentum. Honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that the establishing of the Provincial Disaster Management Center is at an advanced stage in our province and will be operational in the current financial year. The center will coordinate disaster management situations throughout the province. The role played by our traditional leaders in the development and empowerment of rural communities cannot be overemphasized. I was looking around when the minister was saluting the newly coronated king. I expected that all men would follow the minister. It looks like that there are people who are not South Africans. They will still have to learn. When we say azwelonke, we expected all men to say azwelonke. So this is a lesson for most of the members here. This is South Africa. It's not going to change. The province will soon be launching the winter initiation season in the province. A bill on traditional initiation is also before the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. That will also help to deal with wrongdoers. I would also like to indicate that those who are patriotic, they would know that there's a lot that has been done to deal with the issue of xenophobia. Those who are patriotic. So I don't understand when you hear members, after this lot of effort that has been made by the country, seeing nothing. So I hope those are also learning. The intervention in Makana, I'm just trying to help some of the members. The intervention in Makana is working. You may not know
Honorable
when you are
members,
so far
may
away.
we avoid
It is working.
to interrupt the speaker.
I would also want to indicate that we might be misleading the whole country when we don't know that when we say the procurement that was conducted at Amatole did not follow the law. I don't know what law we are talking about. The Daily Dispatch, which actually published that story, had to appear before the Ombudsman. And they had to swallow what they were saying. So in other words, we must not lie to the whole country, tell them things that are not there. We are a law-abiding country. So the same paper actually had to swallow their pride when they appeared before the Ombudsman. So I'm saying, let's correct some of the things that people say here, because they are far away from some of the things that are happening. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC. I just hope that from where I'm seated, MEC, I will be exempted from us or not. No, thank you very much. Honorable Pratel, may you continue the debate?
Honourable Minister of Co-operative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Gordon, Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honour for me today to represent the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and in particular the Provincial Department of Local Government. As I stand here today, I am proud to report that in the past financial year, according to the very latest audit outcomes from the Auditor General, every one of the 30 municipalities in the Western Cape received an unqualified audit, 30 out of 30. I am more proud still to report that 17 of these municipalities went a step further and received clean audit opinions. That includes the city of Cape Town. It is my goal and my department's goal to maintain these achievements as far as we can and to improve on them to the best of our abilities. Clean government and good government is only possible if you have the right people in place, officials that take responsibility for their actions and officials that put the people and not themselves first.
Just hold on. What point is that?
Not speaking. Oh, it's working. Chair, on a point of order, according to, I'm from South Africa. Yes. According to the speakers list that I'm having in front of me, the speaker number 5 is Honorable G. Manopole. So I don't know whether you did it deliberately or...
No, don't cast aspersions.
Okay.
You have brought the matter to my attention. She will follow immediately after.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to thank every official in every municipality across the Western Cape who played a role in making these achievements happen. Local government is in the front line of the battle against the triple challenge of poverty, inequalities and unemployment. We as elected officials are the generals that must make the decisions to bring this battle to a successful end. These challenges include issues like Eskom and the inability of the entity to provide guaranteed electricity to the economy. We have also seen many municipalities across the country struggling to pay their Eskom debts. This has even led to the threats from National Treasury that local councils' equitable share may not be paid out to them. This, of course, would cause havoc in many of those very poor councils. The warning shots fired by National Treasury must, however, be taken seriously and municipalities must look at themselves and how they manage their finances. This includes reviewing credit control on municipal level. A well-managed credit control policy is vital in any local council for financial sustainability because without good credit control, everyone in the town will be affected. The poorest amongst us, those earning less than £3,500 per month, will be the people worst affected when councils cannot balance their books. Credit control, incidentally, does not mean communities must get services free when they can afford to pay. Councils must understand that those who can afford to pay for services should pay for services. This brings me, Chairperson, to another point. I believe we should start looking at developing alternative funding models for our municipalities. Our communities are struggling to keep up with costs despite the initiatives already in place. While we want people to be able to pay for services, poor and vulnerable people must be protected. Perhaps we should look at ways to increase levels of free services to our vulnerable communities. Something we are investigating in the Western Cape is the idea of a basket of services that would be considered necessary to give people a dignified life. I like to think about this as waiting in dignity basket. This means while people must wait for a house or are living in a shack or a backyard, they would get a basket of services to tide them over until their living conditions improve. This basket will include a certain level of electricity and water and services like sanitation and rubbish removal. Yes, people already get these services to some extent for free, but have we ever looked at what people's need actually are? Is 100 kilowatt electricity per month sufficient, or should it be more? How exactly this basket should look, we are still thinking about. When looking at funding models, one could also look at communities that are not indigent but are still struggling, perhaps households earning between 3,500 and 10,000 rand a month. To a certain level of usage, people in this basket should perhaps only pay cost price for electricity and services. Why must utilities make profit of these people who are also vulnerable to some extent? There are no easy answers, but it is also not helpful to keep arguing about these things without trying to bring alternatives to the table. Honourable Chairperson, I want to share something else we are doing in the Western Cape regarding Eskom. We are slightly concerned about the possibility of extended power cuts over the next 3 years. The continued operations of hospitals and other sensitive entities must, for example, not be compromised if there are power challenges. Accordingly, I have asked the Provincial Disaster Risk Management Team to develop contingency plans in the event of power going out for extended periods. We understand the challenges Eskom has, and I wish to call on the communities and councils to use electricity sparingly and to assist Eskom as much as possible in keeping usage low. By working better together, we can all get past these challenges, I am sure. Honourable Chair, this is perhaps a good time to thank the disaster risk management officials and other entities like Working for Fire for the hard and selfless work they put in fighting fires in the Western Cape over the past fire season. Also, colleagues and officials from other provinces who assisted in sending teams to help us. Thank you, we cannot do it alone. Now we are heading into the winter, and this brings new challenges, including shack fires and flooding. I want to call on the public to help us tackle these challenges. One tool I want to highlight in this regard is the toll-free number, emergency number 112. Our disaster officials will respond when called. Another issue I like to highlight is protest and community unrest. In this regard, it is my belief that there is still a lack of communication and feedback from our councils to our communities. Ward committees must work properly and be better used as channels of communication with our communities. Too often, people feel they are not being included in decision making. This lack of inclusivity, I believe, leads to the protests and marches and unhappiness. Addressing this is also a priority for me and my department. Honourable Chairperson, last year I told the President that best practices too often seems to mean not in South Africa. I told the President that I cannot agree with this. We have lots of best practices in this country that is too often overlooked. Too often we don't want to work together. We must work together. We should develop models of twinning successful municipalities with struggling municipalities. In this regard, I wish to reiterate here in this House that my door is always open for colleagues of other provinces. We share many of the same concerns, and I look forward to our greater cooperation going forward. At the end of the day, we serve at the pleasure of the people in our communities. We must serve them in their best interest, not ours. Honourable Chairperson, allow me finally to express my gratitude to the NCOP for your continued efforts to bring together individuals, communities and different spheres of government. We in the Western Cape remain at your service. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Manopole, you continue the debate.
Honourable Chairperson, let me greet Honourable Acting Chief Whip, Minister and Deputy Minister, members of the NSOP and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Modula Stule, aku otlotlegang, aku ntitle ka gore jaaka moemedi wa ANC ke tsena mo ngangisano e ya puo ke tlhotsa ka ntlha ya gore mogaka se aparangwe me Dr. Ruth Sehumutsi Mumpati o robetse boroko bogolo me ke khotsofatsa ka gore wa itse puso ya selegae ebile ka ntlha ya gore o tlile a dira ko go yone o tseile karolo e kgolo kwa Huhudi municipality wa Naledi. Se ke itshepisa gore ke ntse ke tsena ke sebetse ka sebete ka ntlha ya gore re keteka botshelo ba gagwe beke e yotlhe go itlhella re ya go mo robatsa ko tirelong ya tidimalo a moya wa gago o robele ka kagišo tiro o ilole ntwa yone o ilole. Chairperson, as we engage in local government budget policy debate, I will be failing my duty as a disciplined member of the ANC without amplifying the African National Congress January 8 statement. We cannot engage in this debate without recalling that the African National Congress has declared 2015 as a year of Freedom Charter. Because local government is the sphere of government that is closest to our people for the service of delivery. Back to basics. The 5 pillars of Back to Basics approach seeks to ensure that all municipalities perform their basic responsibility and functions without compromise, which is in line with the Mangaung resolutions of national, as I quote, national provincial government should monitor, support local government in ways that strengthen municipality, not erode their powers and functions. As a result of the priorities listed in Back to Basics, further strengthen the system to accelerate the service of the municipality they serve. Core values of Batupili priorities are eminent in driving or implementing the priority that seeks to inculcate the sense of agency and pride in ever approach in improving the lives of the communities. The core and the second radical phase is concerted effort to drive that every South African should enjoy a decent quality life which applies to both income, poverty, and access to basic service. The people are their own liberates, remain as relevant as ever. And when the ANC in the Mangaung has welcomed and embraced the Vision 2013 of the NDP, which accords with the object of the ANC, its own objectives of the ANC and its own elaborate and second radical phase, the NDP as overarching program of government, which is an integral part of state, enchanting the way for the state. The ANC resolution decisions says the decision taken at interdepartmental forum should be implemented effectively. So COGTA should play and has been playing pivotal role in ensuring coordination in the intergovernmental governance for functions of system and corporate governance. This budget policy debate that we are engaging on, we have noted that the bulk of the department spending over the medium term is in governance and intergovernment relation program, which transfer the equitable share to fund basic service, free basic service and general operational cost of municipality, which is pleasing and confirm that this budget is pro-poor budget, as the minister has said. Over MTM period, MTF, the department will deploy 20 municipal infrastructure grant specialists to provincial and district task team in order to develop actions plan for all priority municipalities for the acceleration of the rollout of the project funded by grants, which is aligned in municipality offset the backlogs in service backlogs as we have resolved in Mangaung conference of the ANC. The infrastructure serves to respond as a responsive program of Freedom Charter under the theme that says there shall be house, security, and comfort, where, as we continue to account in implementation of the Freedom Charter. Under the traditional affairs, the ANC government, and as they prepare and dawn for the democracy, the ready to govern document says the traditional and recognize the traditional leaders that it is the institute of the chieftainship has played important role in the history of our country, and the chief will continue to have the important role to play in unifying our people, and that has been seen this weekend, last weekend, when our first coronation of this democratic country that we experience of King Amakhoza, of the King of Amakhoza, Mpembulo Sikabo. We congratulate him in that. Therefore, the department has prioritized 5 priorities, and the key words for the fundamental is to improve the interests of the service delivery and development by harmonization, restoration, establish and promotion of agricultural customary laws of customary ways of life of our people. The ANC, as ANC in Parliament, we believe this ANC-led government department of COCTA is on course to implement the organization resolution, which has been transferred to government policies and programs. They should be resolute even when the counter-revolutionary, anti-majoritarian, liberal Democrats wants to masquerade as the people's representative and the constitutionalist who runs to court whilst they have lost at the polls. This seek to justification the intense effort to undermine the popular mandate of the people. As we advance NDR, we justify it through the second radical phase. They will never derail the true people's orientated cause, which has derived its mandate from the Freedom Charter of the people, which is one of the principles of it when it says people shall govern. We shall achieve government because we shall achieve our government based on the will of our people as a result of the free and fair election. Bakai ene gape ba leka ka thata bo mabina bo go tshola di la kgaka. We have noted that the COCTA is continuing strive to ensure that the municipalities are effective and efficient and should be characterized, and also to improve the state of the leadership and organizational capacity, fast service delivery. Therefore, let me welcome the Minister to congratulate Mr. Jenny Jordan and...
Is there a point of order?
Modula Stilo, including Marurutle, Regopa di Econo di Fukudi.
Honorable Member, can you continue with the debate?
Let me continue and join the Minister, congratulate Mr. Jenny Jordan for the appointment also as a mayor of our critical municipality, and also one of our own who is to serve in this council, Honorable Lito Suka. We believe and we are confident will show that we will strive the ship to the right direction. As I conclude, because the priorities speaks to Mangaung resolutions, manifesto and NDP in the pursuit for the radical transformation in the year of Freedom Charter and the unity of in the year of Freedom Charter and in action, unity in action to advance economic freedom. As ANC, we support and budget this budget vote presented by the Minister in order to move South Africa forward. South Africa by Rata ANC, I hold ANC.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngoben. Can you continue with the debate?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister Pravin Gordon, Honorable Deputy Minister, Chairperson of and members of the Portfolio Committee on COCTA, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me an immeasurable honor and enormous delight to come and address this revived assembly as we reflect and ponder on the general principle as embodied in the 2015-16 annual performance plan and budget of the National Department of COCTA. It came at the right time after we have just emerged from our own consideration of the Mpumalanga Provincial Department of COCTA 2015-16 APP. I must affirm and confirm that the two policy documents are perfectly correlated. Hence, we support the general thrust of the Minister's policy and budget speech. As the province of Mpumalanga, we are grateful to the Minister Gordon for his undoubted support to our province that has been able to ensure the reduction of households without access to water by 31% from 48,528 households to 33,377 households who will now have access to water. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to understanding the context of cooperative government option, government has the constitutional and political responsibility to promote economic growth and sustainable and equitable development for the country and to provide for the basic need of millions of people who live in poverty, joblessness, and inequality. Undoubtedly, these noble goals are not achievable without an efficient, responsive, accessible, and spatial referenced system of intergovernmental delivery. South Africa is often characterized as a democratic state, unlike the apartheid one that it replaced. It's legitimate in the eyes of the majority. However, it is also a developmental state which does not entirely depend on the market to deliver public service, but uses its own capacity to effect meaningful development. Furthermore, recognizing that each sphere of government is distinctive, but all spheres are interrelated and interdependent and bound to cooperate with one another on matter of common interest. What makes a sphere of government distinctive is that it is a democratically elected government in its own right, accountable to its electorate for its action with the power to determine a budget and a plan and decide on the mix of services in the response to local demand. National functions are primarily policy and regulatory in nature, whereas provinces and municipalities are essentially responsible for service provision. Politicians and administrators had to confront two formidable tasks simultaneously. The first was to implement this new system of municipality government in its entirety. The other task was to establish the suitable intergovernmental fit between the new local sphere endowed with its own functional responsibility and the other two spheres whose own regulatory and oversight responsibility and spending program manifested in the area of municipalities. Both tasks generated complex problems on intergovernmental coordination and policy sequencing. Progressively reconciling sector policies and the expenditure program with statutory municipal integrated plan and budget is both essential if South Africa's cities, towns, and rural villages are to break free of apartheid spatial forms to become integrated and sustainable settlement and ongoing challenge. Honorable Chairperson, when I was reading both the speech of the Minister and the 2015-16 APP of the Mpumalanga Provincial Department of COGTA, I have found the same message that is in line with the recent adopted policy document on going back to the basics, which concur what I have said above. With regard to knowing the powers and function of municipalities, some researchers argued that practice informs policy and policy informs institutional challenge dynamically, with the results that system of government are continuously evolving. The greater part of the 20 years of democracy, the collective wisdom held that extensive responsiveness, efficiency, and citizen participation could be achieved by decentralizing more powers and function to local government. This point of view, coupled with the historic significance of local forms of community and citizen organization during the National Democratic Revolution against apartheid, ultimately secure the place of local government in the constitutional order. Chapter 7 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides for exclusive municipal function and requires functions that are better performed at municipal level to be reassigned to one or more municipalities. For instance, the Constitution contains the basket of exclusive municipal functions such as the provision of potable water, electricity reticulation, refuse removal, and municipal health services and municipal transport services. Honorable Chairperson, funding for municipal services is derived from three main sources. Firstly, the Constitution assigns certain revenue powers to municipalities in the form of property rates, user charges for cost recoverable services and levies. The revenue derived from this function is used to fund capital and operating expenditure. Secondly, each municipality is entitled to an equitable share of national revenue to fund a basic level of service in accordance with prescribed formula. Thirdly, a portion of national revenue is transferred to municipalities as a conditional grant to fund the infrastructure required to deliver a basic level of service. Beyond the constitutional framework, practice is not as smooth sailing as straightforward. Municipal performance is highly uneven, and while recent studies show a gradual improvement in the number of municipalities providing a full range of services, some district and local municipalities are not performing all functions alluded to them and may not have the capacity to do so. The other two spheres of government are often assigning additional functional responsibility to municipalities without budget and resources, resulting in unfunded mandates and widening fiscal gap between municipal expenditure and revenue responsibilities. Municipalities are responsible for settlement, planning, infrastructure, water, electricity, reticulation, as indicated, supra and other built environment function, yet public transport and housing, which are critical functional areas for metropolitan government, are provincial responsibility. Honorable Chairperson, where does service delivery take place? The notion of shared space coordinating public delivery in municipal areas. Municipalities are a cradle for humanity. Involving practice within the South African context is stimulating and interesting public discourse and perhaps greater conceptual clarity about how the different spheres of government should interrelate and act both independently and jointly on a shared space, impacting on the same communities in the equal measure that live in that space. Furthermore, the question of how development is shaped in these shared spaces, both by government with its intricate intergovernmental relation and by social actors, residents and communities that live in this space, is under greater scrutiny as the country accelerates the pace of service delivery and economic growth and development within the theater of service delivery protest action. It can be argued that communities are in a municipal space are the responsibility of all three spheres of government, while recognizing the local government is the closest to communities and often the best positioned to be responsive and sensitive to specific local services. Hence, it is a cold face of service delivery. Honorable Chairperson, the challenges of development imply that the simple compartmentalization of revenue and allocation or distribution of tasks across the three spheres of government, while critical for accountability and predictability, cannot address the integrated and sustainable development outcome required to change the people's life. In the final analysis, Honorable Chairperson, the state of service delivery in the country should be viewed vis-a-vis the results of the census 2011, which clearly show where South Africa stands currently with regard to her population demographics, the extent of public goods or lack thereof for some households, The South Africa is well armed.
Just hold, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Okay.
Sorry, Honourable Chairperson, perhaps you should say to the Honourable Member a bit louder that her time is up. I don't think she heard you.
I never
didn't- I
heard
didn't
what
hear
he
that.
said. Can you repeat what he, I never heard.
Honorable Mikelakis, can you just raise what you raised earlier on?
Honourable Chairperson, I said you must perhaps tell the Honourable Member a bit louder that her time is up. I don't think she heard you.
Oh no, she is done now. No,
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
honorable member. I must confess, I'm getting signals left, right, and center. And from where I'm seated, I'm just right under the fan here. So you can imagine what I'm going through as compared to you. There is a slight technical problem. Okay, Honorable Mukwele, can you continue the debate?
Thank you, Chair. Back in action. The economic freedom fighters reject the COCTA
Honorable
2015.
member, just the point of order, Honorable Joma.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of Rule 16, before permanent members begin to perform their functions in the Council, they must swear or affirm faithfulness to the Republic and obedience to the Constitution as prescribed by Section 62, subsection 6 of the Constitution. So I'm checking, Chair, whether it's parliamentary for a new member that we don't know to be in front of us. without-
No, that's not a point of order.
It seems you are threatened by me. You are threatened by me, but I'm here to stay anyway. Chair, let me start by saying the economic freedom fighters reject the COCTA 2015-2016 budget vote, as we cannot support a budget that sponsors the killing of protesters instead of providing service delivery to the poor. South Africa has been dubbed the protest capital of the world. There has been a sharp rise in service delivery protests in the last 10 years, and 43 people have been killed in this protest. South Africa has a service delivery protest every second day, and the number of protests in 2014 reached an all-time high of 218, Minister. This is a clear indication that the ANC government has not only failed to transform local government and provide service delivery to our people, but can kill them as it pleases for demanding a mere basic service delivery such as water, electricity, roads, and sanitation. Over 1/3 of municipalities are dysfunctional. You must be ashamed, Minister, with no hope of ever improving, and those that are said to be well off cannot provide basic service to its people. Cape Town is a classic example. The DA-run Western Cape is hailed as the best governed province with the best service delivery, but in reality faces the same contradiction the rest of South Africa does. Impeccable service delivery for a few privileged, while the majority wallows in poverty, like in Nyanga, Langa, Gugulethu, Khayelitsha, and Kayamnandi. We are led by a government suffers from a poverty of ideas, a government which will continue to fail our people regardless of the resources in its disposal. However, how else can we explain why the most important sphere of government gets less than 10% of the allocated budget and expected to pay the salaries of thousands of councillors we have, pay operational costs, and still provide quality service to our communities efficiently so? Not only does the Division of Revenue Act needs to be reviewed, but there's the need to to be a decisive and radical transformation of local government sphere in South Africa, Minister. There's a need to be a reduction of municipalities from 278 to a reasonable and manageable size. The dissolution of district municipalities because they are so useless. And no municipalities should have less than 25 wards. The state of service delivery in this country and our people's dissatisfaction and mistrust expressed through protest in a clear indication that it is about time the state abolished the tendering system and built internal capacity to construct and maintain infrastructure and provide basic services to our people. The dysfunction in most municipalities is a direct result of relying on tenders which has massive political implication and often reduce the quality of work because of corrupt individuals and the corrupt nature of the whole tendering system. The state must create a state-owned construction company.
Is that a point of order?
Yes, it's a point of order.
At least you have missed me so much.
Can I hear the point of order?
The point of order to the Honorable Mukwele is that her own leader, Juju, benefited from the tender processes.
No, that's not a point of order.
That is not a point of order, and there's no proof to that effect. Wait for the judgment to be concluded. Wait for the court to conclude the matter. The state must create a state-owned construction company, a state roads construction company, and a state-owned cement company, amongst other things. State-owned companies will provide sustainable jobs and prioritize providing cheap and affordable services to the people and the economy instead of profit maximization. It is extremely unfair that equitable share will be withheld from municipalities who need it the most simply because they cannot pay ESCOM debt. By taking such decision, the ANC has failed to showcase leadership and take responsibility for all the chaos in our municipalities. Municipalities are instead being used as a scapegoats, taking people's attention away from the real culprits, that is the ANC. The cosmic changes in the leadership in the Nelson Mandela in the past few years and recently is yet another example of the ANC failing to lead decisively, merely changing leaders instead of addressing the underlying systematic issues that gave rise to the municipalities' problem will not bring about the fundamental change for the people of Cape Town, of Port Elizabeth rather, sorry. The government has failed the people of Relela, Mututlung, Madikwe, Liedag, Bekesdal, Kutsong, Nyanga, Langa, Bedford, and other areas. The ANC government killed workers in Marikana for demanding a wage increase and continues to kill protesters for demanding water, housing, electricity, and basic sanitation. The ANC government robbed 15-year-old Lucas Lebiane from Mpumalanga of his future and his family of a son. Those that killed Andris Tatani in the cold blood, in full view of the world view happiness. Why didn't you give me 5 minutes more? Thank you, Chair. I will continue.
Honorable Kaula, can you continue the debate? I do have the facility.
Oh, no, God. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Chapter 3, acknowledges that, I quote, in the Republic, government is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres of government which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated, unquote. This issue of distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated entrenched in the Constitution is important and must be respected. It is therefore wrong for National Treasury to withhold equitable share due to municipalities on the basis that municipalities have not paid their debt to ESCOM. National Treasury is not an ESCOM debt collector, neither are they an ESCOM agency. The issues between ESCOM and municipalities should be left between the two for them to resolve among themselves. The consumer debt to municipalities by different consumers is at 98.9 billion. Of this, 5.5 billion is owed to municipalities by national and provincial government departments. As different role players in government, we all expect municipalities to perform. But how will they perform if the very same role players, that is the government departments, are not paying their rates to municipalities? The IFP thus welcomes initiatives aimed at encouraging all defaulting consumers to timeously pay their dues to municipalities. Back to Basics is fully supported by the IFP as an endeavor by government to strengthen municipal performance. But, Honorable Minister, we should not behave like municipalities are doing communities a favor. Neither should we behave like municipalities are doing COGTA a favor. Municipalities are charged by our constitution with a responsibility to perform their services. Non-performance should be subjected to consequences. Therefore, the report that only 58% municipalities, which is 161 out of 278 municipalities, are reporting regularly as required by the monthly Back to Basics reporting system is not good enough. The department is reporting that over the last 3 financial years, the number of municipalities with 100% expenditure on MIC has increased from 110 to 130 municipalities. This is not good. Municipalities are not begged to spend, but are charged with a responsibility to spend. 16 municipalities have been put under Section 139 of the Constitution within a period of 8 months up to now. 2 of these municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal were put under Section 139(1)(c), that is, they were dissolved. These are Mpofana and Mtuwatuba municipalities. Mpofana was dissolved because of the infighting within the ANC councillors, and Mtuwatuba was dissolved the story of Mtuwatuba is an interesting one. The ANC controlled KwaZulu-Natal dissolved Mtuwatuba because the ANC-NFP marriage was not working anymore. When the NFP decided to marry the IFP, the municipality got dissolved. After the by-election this month, there is again no clear winner in Mtuwatuba. The ANC has again gone back to the NFP for another marriage, which will definitely collapse. If the NFP was bad then as a marriage partner, the NFP is still the same bad marriage partner even today. Municipalities in our country are fraught with corruption, jobs for pals, nepotism, favoritism, and partisanship. For as long as these challenges are not clearly dealt with, the problems we see today will persist. We see the service delivery protests mushrooming week in and week out. Like the president of the country admitted here last year, almost 80% of these protests are based on issues which are municipal-related services. Up to now, the ANC-controlled government has not displayed much of a commitment in resolving the issue of the powers and functions of traditional leaders in relation to municipal functions. This matter must be attended to. Less than 1% of the department's budget is spent on traditional leaders. This does not reflect a conviction of a measurable commitment. Some mayors continue spending the very meager resources on non-priority items. Like we have seen the mayor of Taung in the Northwest Province spending 1 million rand on a BMW luxury car for himself at the expense of the plight of his people.
Honorable
The department...
member, unfortunately, your time is expired.
But this thing is not working, Chairperson.
Oh, is it not working?
It's not working.
No, mine is working.
Can I then finish my sentence?
No, mine is working.
You should avoid me, Chairperson.
Can you conclude that
Let me
statement?
conclude, Chairperson. The department must rein in on such mayors. While other funds continue to be spent on a huge security service for mayors. This is unnecessary. Why do you want to be elected if after elections you will be unable to work at all among the community? Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair.
Honorable Mokwe.
Modulasetulo, ke
Yeah,
kopa gore ga o tsamaisa ntlo e o e tsamaise ka go lekana go rona ro rotlhe. O se ka nna gore di-membera tse dingwe these members tse dingwe di-members tse dingwe wa di wona ka nako ya tsone gore ya fela. Rona you just cut our time, so you must be consistent on your ruling.
In actual fact, I'm very, very much consistent in that I gave you an extra minute when you were here. Okay. Honorable Wana. okay. Not okay.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Let me greet you and the Acting Chief Whip, Minister of Culture, Honorable Previn Cotton, MEC of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Klasa, Deputy Minister Dubla Mabulu, Minister of Traditional Affairs, Honorable Bopela, and Deputy Minister, Honorable Nel. I greet you all in the name of the African National Congress. Let me start, Chairperson, by correcting...
Just hold, Honorable
Modula still. Ke ne ke botsa gore Honorable Deputy Minister Bapela ka jeko ke minister rana. Gongwe go changeile re itse le Deputy Minister now is being referred as a...
No, ke Deputy Minister. Continue, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Make ngiqale ndiyilungise le ndawo apha sinengxaki bantu bakuthi molweni apha eEastern Cape kulo mzi kaTambo. Niyayibona mosimeko esiphakathi kuba bonke abantu abalapha basuka kwi-ANC. Wonke umuntu ke funeka athe azalunge kumlungu wakhe eme kule ndawo athuke lo mbutho abantu abadala. And bonke khange balunge. Make ndikulungise khawula. Kaloku khawula uma apha ngokuvotelwa ngabantu. Uba bakuvotele kabini uzawuma nje kancinci.
May I take the point of order?
Yeah, I just want to know, Presiding Officer, if it is parliamentary for a member to speak in another language, because according to this paper, it was supposed to be indicated.
It is highly
should also
parliamentary,
deviate
it is
to other languages.
constitutional. The member has got the right to express him or herself in the language that he or she is comfortable with.
But was it not supposed to have been indicated?
Leave that. Honorable member, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you, Chairperson.
That's not a point of order, Chief. I'm making a ruling. That's not a point of order. In actual fact, you are bordering now on infringing on the right, constitutional right of a member.
Thank you, Chairperson. As bandini xelela ke kunjalo ke namhlanje. Masibulele ke si-African National Congress ba kwezi zitshi zikhoyo nisoloko niyinyusa i-African National Congress ba ibe ngumthamo ovakalayo ekuxoxeni intlungu zenu ngoba nina indlela yehambo nzima niyayazi. Xa nditsho kanjalo, Chairperson, ndiqale ndibulele le budget yasemakhaya yorhulumente basemakhaya. Ngoba nangoku siyaqala thina singabantu basemakhaya inkosi zethu zibe nesabelo esicacileyo. Namhlanje inkosi zethu zayekwa kwenziwa izikhuni zokoja ngabelungu manje kusithiwa ngomso uthe uPrime Minister. Saphuma kulonto. Ndize ke kulento yale mibuthwana torhane soloko igxila ku-OR Tambo. Dazinto enye ke mna ke ulele nje Tambo yathetha. Dazintonye uba wena Madiba ulele nje uyathetha. Babe kungenjalo nge-15 Chairperson besipha inqathu kulamzi wabantu abadala kulamzi kaPhalo emva kweminyaka eyi-50. Lo minyaka iyi-50 ke yenziwa ngubani i-system of the apartheid. Apho inkosi zazaphucwa ubuzwe bazo. But first of our kind is African National Congress. Our own president. Inyeke le president thetha ngayo ke Chairperson. Ilibike yakhona ku-Operation Vula. Inyeke le onkokheli thetha ngayo. Ilibike yahlala yaqamela ngenqindi phaa esiqithini. Isiqithi sinazothe ngoba uyintsa watyelwa phaa esiqithini. Isiqithi sinazothe kumaXhosa ngoba inkokheli zawo ezalwa imfazwe. Zanzakaliswa phaa ngamabhulu. Make ndiyithethe ke Chairperson into ethi nalento ifikileyo ke iwiki ungazuyiva uba ithetha ufuna uthini. Umwazi kaloku ngathi unxiba i-overall umoya ulikhoboka.
So nengqondo yakho iya-affecteka awuboni into intle. Because i-history yethu yasixelela uba ii-overalls zazinxityiswa makhoboka. I'm standing here, Chairperson.
Let me just take the point of order.
Modula still. Ha ke utlweletse translation ya re ra entire mme a re makgoba. So ke batla gore ke bua ka leile melaka o ska ntlhalosetsa. And I'm addressing the chair. I'm not addressing any member of this
As
house.
you address
I'm
us,
directly
may you
addressing the
just withdraw
chair.
the finger as well.
So, no, I'm pointing finger to the air. I'm not pointing finger to an individual.
Honorable member,
Chair,
can I assume
chair,
that
chair. Re kopa gore ka tswetswe. Ba maloko a ntlo ye ga ra addressa. A ska re nyatsa.
Honorable member, ke kopa go tsa tshwetso ka seo se
Ke a leboga.
seo se fitisitseng mananyana. Because of key interpretation, a o ka mphana gore ke go retsa gore tota leloko le reng and go raya gore and then ka tulo e latelang e tla fana ka tshwetso.
Ke tla o modula still.
Thank you very much. Continue, honorable member.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm standing here, Chairperson, with my heart and soul moved by our passing of Mayor Ruth Mpopati. And she's going to be put on rest on Saturday. I'm saying, rest in peace, Mayor. She was among the leaders of 1956, marched against oppression and exploitation by the apartheid regime. Chairperson, this is a very important month, which is recognizing different victimization all over the world, the exploitation of workers by the bosses in different institutions. We saluted the workers of 1886 till to date, because most of the other people, they thought May Day is for South Africans because they've no capacity, they've got no bigger picture. This month is very important because it's identifying the road, the exploitation, the victimization of our own, which is working class. Let me congratulate the African National Congress, because today we are having 21 years implementing the Freedom Charter. Chairperson, as we are doing this transformation, there are problems in the Western Cape. They are not assisting our communities, more especially in service delivery. If Western Cape was serious, at least the favelas, as Brazilians said, or the squatter camps would be reduced by this time in question 21 years of democracy. Bethunana ke niyayaz benchilo ke bantu bakuthi man and beksa kun ngoba ke nakule nto sikhala ngayo ka 2014 babegweme bebhema ugwabe sithi bayalithatha elilizwe benze u21% nangoku lo nyaka uzayo basatsho ngoba lokhu nojethi babe kwi-ANC namhlanje bathi ze babe right kulakhehlekazi bathu kwi-ANC.
Can I take the point of order?
Okay, thanks.
Chairperson, ne kopa ho botsa hore aka nka potso mo ho nna.
Are you prepared to take a question?
I don't know if she can understand me, the language.
Are you prepared to take a question, honorable member?
Mntaka ba makhe ndibethe ngayi question.
Yes.
Makhe ndibethe nge question nqa kome esifubeni. Straight.
Ndicela acacise cha ukade emhlophe ehlungwini. Into yokuba uyayazi ba intshona koloni ivotelwa okwesibini ngoku in 5 years time times 2.
Now you are debating. It's no longer a question.
Ngenxa iyayazi na ngenxa yokuba i-service delivery yafika ebantwini njengokuba phaya eMpuma Koloni ingafiki yiyo lento kuchintshwana nemeya.
Honorable member, let us not be opportunistic. If a member is on a platform debating or presenting his or her speech, may we allow the member to do exactly that. Let's not use a rule that allows you to ask a question to then present your own argument on a particular issue. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to know whether the member will take a question.
Are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, Chairperson.
I'd like the member to tell me how many squatter camps there are in Gauteng at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Wana.
Okay. Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Comrade Julius. What I can say now, I'm coming from a legend province, Eastern Cape, and I'm a permanent delegate of the Eastern Cape.
What is that? Is that now a point of order?
Is it parliamentary for the Honorable Wana to address Honorable Julius as Member Julius?
Oh, no. What I heard the member calling Honorable Julius, he said comrade. And it seems like Honorable Julius was quite comfortable with that. But it will not be parliamentary. It will not be, it will still, that's exactly what I'm doing. It will not be honorable for a member to be referred to as any other except as an honorable member.
Chairperson, for the sake of peace.
I'm standing for a while. I happen to be in the house.
Okay, I didn't see you.
I've noticed.
Yes. Because I was addressing Honorable Julius, I was addressing your whip there. I couldn't see you. What is your point then?
Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance happen to be Democrats and not comrades. Furthermore, the point of order is this member is misleading the House with the statements that she is making, and you, fully knowing what she's doing, are approving it and condoning it.
Honorable Member Van Lingen, I had said it is not parliamentary for a member to be referred to as any other member outside of being honorable. And that was my ruling. I don't know what is the point that we are trying to raise. Honorable Member, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you, Chairperson. Uyabona ke bantu bakuthi njengoba nihle lapho ke niyayibona ke apha uba sihleli lenhlalo yoba asikaloku thina pha ekhaya ku-ANC sithuma umuntu abemnye. Akufani nala apha ke ngokubona imibutho ephikisayo izigqumela kulo ebuza into enhliziyo yakhe. Ndifuna niyazi ke into uba njengoba simapha nje sivuma ukufundiswa nokuqeqeshwa ngumbutho wethu. Njengoba ixesha lami lityiwa ke ndityiwa into uba ndiphuma emzini oqeqeshileyo oyi-African National Congress. I succumb to the pressures. Let me tell the Chairperson, let me say, as I was identifying the issue of the Western Cape in terms of informal settlements, those people are suffering, irrespective of impressing the media or impressing the public, but the bottom line, the service delivery in the Western Cape, it's zero, irrespective of, because the service delivery, to give people water.
May I take the point of order? What point is that?
Honorable Chair, I would like to know if the member would like to take a question.
Honorable Wana, are you prepared to take a question?
Chairperson, I will give them my number. They can SMS me because I'm sure 5 people from the same organization asking. I'm not going to take it, Chairperson.
You don't know that.
Continue with the debate.
Our president in the SONA addressed us, stating that our municipalities have been built in a very firm foundation over these 21 years of democracy. That is a good story to tell. Because before 1994, we were not benefiting as we are. Because cities Xhosa kufana izolo. And there's one thing that ANC is doing. Has got a capacity to assess itself. It has a capacity to evaluate. That's why today we are talking about back on back program. We are trying to perform better than what we get in these municipalities, because all the state assets were taken by the big bosses of the apartheid, and we are still dealing with the remnants of that apartheid within us. Yes, we should, because 48 years that we're in power, we are only 21 years. Secondly, let me congratulate the department chairperson, because they've managed to set investigation of 115 forensic reports. As a result of that, 98 has been assessed by the department. Then,
Honorable member, Honorable Wana, just hold. Honorable Mukwele, may I ask you to withdraw the statement that I'm favoring the ANC?
Chair, but the time is beyond the allocated time.
Honorable Mukwele.
No, don't force me. No, I'm not talking to you.
Honorable members, may I address
I'm not
Honorable
talking to
Mukwele,
you,
please?
man. Please behave. You must behave.
Honorable Mukwele.
You must
Honorable
behave.
Mukwele.
Honorable Chair.
I'm addressing you.
Yeah, but you must tell them not to address
I am
me.
addressing you, Honorable Mukwele.
Honorable Chair, you must tell these members
Honorable,
not to
stop.
address me.
Honorable, stop. May you allow me to address Honorable Mukwele, please?
Please tell them.
Honorable Mukwele, may
Listen.
you withdraw the statement that says that I am favoring the ANC?
Chair, I'm saying, I warned you for the first time to say, be consistent.
Honorable Mukwele.
Listen,
Honorable
Chair,
Mukwele.
I will withdraw that statement, but you must also listen to what I'm saying.
Can you withdraw that statement?
I will withdraw, but you must listen
Thank you
to
very
what.
much.
But you must listen to what I'm saying,
Thank you
Chair.
very much,
This is for
Honorable
the third
Mukwele.
time the ANC person speaks, and you gave them
Honorable
more than
Mukwele.
5 minutes.
Honorable Mukwele, this
Chair.
is very consistent. This thing is very consistent, and I want to
No,
caution
Chair.
members. I want to caution members around this state.
I
because
withdraw,
the
but you
clock-
must be
The clock
consistent.
that you are using is not the same as this clock that I'm looking at here.
No, it cannot be.
if a member-
We are using the South
If a
African watch.
Honorable Mukwele, may you take a seat,
No, we are using the South African watch.
Honorable Mukwele.
Unless it's a Chinese one.
Honorable
Unless we are using the South African watch.
Honorable Mukwele, can you take a seat, please?
But Chair, you must
Can
be
you take a seat?
consistent. I'm taking my seat
take a
and
seat?
I
Can you take a seat,
withdraw,
Honorable Member?
but you must be consistent.
Can you take your seat?
I'm taking my seat and I withdraw, but I'm saying to you, you must be consistent.
Let me just explain one thing. And I don't know why are members doing this thing so deliberately. Because according to the rule of this house, or the rules that governs this house, if a question is put to a member, if there's a member that stands up on a point of order, this clock that is guiding me, stop to run. And you are looking at that one, that is not operational in the manner in which this one is operational. So I'm just pleading with members. That's point number one. Point number two, which I want to make so that all of us must know. As a presiding officer, I have an opportunity to use my own discretion insofar as time allocation is concerned. Hence, I said to you, Honorable Mukwele, that I gave you an extra minute earlier on when you were speaking here because you were interrupted. Can you take your seat, Honorable Member? Can you take your seat? I'm not going to take that order. I'm not going to take it. Honorable Member, Wana, can you wrap up, please?
thank you, Chairperson. Lastly, I want to congratulate our government by recognizing and integrate Khoisan people who were exploited, who were destroyed by the regime. Today, Today, they are so happy because they are recognized by the leading party, African National Congress. With those few words, Chairperson, ngaske abantu bafundela ncwadi kaPeter Mthuze ethi isizukulwana sentandabuzo ngoba iyafika into yokuba ngelinye ixesha we deal with abantu abaphume ebantwini kuba bona bengafuni uva ngomnye umuntu. NgesiXhosa ke abantu abaqalisiweyo andikwazi uthetha ngabo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wana. Honorable Ntinga, Salga.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mama. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers of Cooperative Governance, and the Honorable Deputy Minister of Traditional Leaders, Honorable Members, I've seen there are Honorable MECs as well, ladies and gentlemen. As we celebrate 15 years of democratic local government, we must recognize that local government has come a long way since its democratic establishment of a wall-to-wall form in 2000. And the preceding transitional phases, we should never forget this massive transition. Whilst progress has been made, we are the first to acknowledge that substantial work remains to be done over the remaining months of local government's current term of office. The work to be done will be guided by the Back to Basics approach launched by the President in September of 2014. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the recent Salga National Members Assembly held in March of 2015 endorsed this principle and deliberated on the key themes and objectives of this in order to agree on how best and to fast-track its implementation and institutionalization in our member municipalities. I'm happy to confirm that all the pillars of Back to Basics approach are aligned to our strategic goals for the period up to 2017. A number of focus areas, as highlighted by the Honorable Minister, is of critical importance to local government. These include plans to reduce municipal debt and improve payment to ESCOM, improve municipal procurement and infrastructure delivery, pilot projects to strengthen districts, introduce community feedback mechanisms, enforce competency requirement. Honorable Minister, on the reduction of municipal debt and improved payment to ESCOM, SALGA has encouraged its members to embark on a dedicated credit control drive to ensure that debt collection and credit control policies in municipalities are consistently implemented. The government-wide campaign to cultivate a culture of civic responsibility and payment for services throughout all communities in our country is strongly supported. Equally, business should ensure that they commit to payment for municipal services rendered. We, however, appeal to other spheres of government to urgently support the said campaign by ensuring that the 5.5 billion rand owed to municipalities by national and provincial governments is settled. As much as SALGA appreciates the important role that ESCOM plays in the economic development and sustainability of the country, SALGA is concerned by the drastic measures taken by the National Treasury in withholding the equitable share of municipalities who have not yet entered into settlement agreements with ESCOM for the payment of arrear debts. SALGA is also very concerned about the consequences of this action and the impact it will have on the delivery of basic services, and in particular, free basic services. An improvement in municipal procurement and infrastructure delivery will improve the ability of municipalities to provide basic services, and it is trusted that economies of scale will ensure more affordable provision of goods and services. It is critical that all infrastructure development projects are included in the integrated development plans of the affected municipalities to ensure that communities are able to hold all spheres of government accountable for projects planned in the municipality. This will also ensure greater integrated development across the three spheres of government. The strengthening of district municipalities is supported. The debate on the role of the district municipality is long overdue, and the pilot projects will allow an informed debate in this regard. The introduction of community feedback mechanisms will improve active community participation in municipal matters. SALGA has always argued that ward committees constitute one of the many forms of community engagements. That is a dedicated forum that can provide feedback on specific focus areas in municipalities and will ensure active participation of all role players in the municipality. The enforcement of the various competency requirements applicable to local government is aimed at professionalizing the sector. SALGA fully supports the professionalization of local government and has conceptualized this through the launch of the SALGA Center for Leadership and Governance at our 2015 National Members Assembly. The center will drive a development agenda through active reflection and leadership programs. Targeted elected local government leaders and senior managers, the programs will focus on enhancing leadership and government's capabilities to drive professionalism and excellence in a dynamic and complex municipal environment. Chairperson, in order for the ambitious plan of professionalization of local government to come to fruition, the Minister of COGTA needs to ensure that the payment dispensation for senior managers in municipalities is concomitant to the capacity requirements included in the professionalization framework. All municipalities, including less capacitated rural municipalities, need to be able to attract and retain the services of the caliber of senior management we envisage to lead local government into the next term of office. And I must say here, we appreciate what the Minister said earlier about the support, including engineers and so on, to local authorities. That much we appreciate. Equally, municipalities need dedicated and responsive political leaders leading municipalities to 2016 and beyond. In this regard, greater equity is required between political office bearers in all three spheres of government. SALGA is particularly concerned about the late issuing of the determination of the upper limits of salaries, benefits, and allowances of municipal councillors. The Minister alluded to the fact that provinces have invoked Section 139 interventions as measures to improve delivery of services and to stabilize governance in municipalities. There are, however, still discrepancies in the implementation of Section 139 across the different provincial executives, and SALGA is of the view that the proposed support, monitoring, and interventions bill is overdue, and we are looking forward to engaging on the bill in the near future. With regards to the work done by COGTA on fraud and corruption, we would appreciate it if the revision of the local government anti-corruption strategy could also be concluded in order to provide further guidance to municipalities. SALGA supports the development of the IUDF implementation framework to promote densification and mixed-use spatial development. We are of the view that the IUDF has the potential to align national, provincial, and municipal spatial plans. In order to ensure the success of the IUDF, high-capacity metropolitan municipalities should be assigned more functions in order to ensure full integration with regards to urban development. The focus on urban development should not detract from the requirement to also ensure rural development and small town regeneration projects. In this regard, the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform need to collaborate. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, national and provincial government must support municipalities within the framework of the constitutional mandate of local government and should also collaborate with the sector to improve development outcomes. Our collective commitment is that the remainder of this term will be characterized by dedicated leadership that responds to the urgent challenges facing local government sector. It is only then that we will be able to demonstrate that local government is indeed responsive and accountable to its inhabitants.
Councillor
And that
Ntingan,
we must...
unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Honorable Mikalakis.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. Of all state departments, the Department of COCTA can be labelled as one of the most important, since it deals with the issues that affect our citizens most directly. Service delivery issues such as the provision of electricity, water and basic sanitation. The things one can hardly live a dignified life without. Of all the promise that came with democracy in 1994, it is these issues that ordinary South Africans looked for to be addressed. The government that was to give hope to millions of South Africans 20 years ago turned out to be the catalyst for the most service delivery protests in our nation's history. When we erect the tombstone of Jacob Zuma's ANC after next year's local government elections, the most apt heading we can give them is, "They died trying." For trying is all they did. First they tried Project Consolidate. It failed. Then came the local government turnaround strategy. It failed. Then the evergreen Bato Pele principles. Failed. And who can forget the recent Operation Clean Audit of 2014, thanks to cadre deployment and corruption, that too failed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I give you a budget devoted to the fifth attempt, the Back to Basics campaign, addressing everything but the basics. In summary, the ANC failed at local government. But more importantly, they failed those people who voted for them. Those people who get told by ANC councillors that there's a difference between the municipality run by the ANC and the ANC itself. Can you imagine a party too ashamed to tell people that they are governing a specific municipality? Because they know if people continue to make the link between the ANC and bad governance, if they continue to realize that there's a direct link between them not having water or houses or electricity and the ANC, that they would stop voting for the ANC, as so many have already done. Where the DA governs, we also experience the challenges left by apartheid's legacy, Honourable Wana. That is why we will not shy away from this fact. But informal settlements are not unique to the Western Cape. But this is also why we do our utmost best to ensure good governance and the elimination of corruption, because cadre deployment, corruption and self-enrichment takes freedom, fairness and opportunity from the lives of all South Africans. The DA-run cities and municipalities are not without their challenges, but they are a far way ahead of any ANC-led council in this country. I needn't indicate in this speech the proposals the DA has for good local governance. That has already been done by my honourable colleague from the Western Cape Government. I merely need to extend our warmest invitation to the Honourable Minister to visit one of these municipalities and bring your notebook with. By the way, Honourable Mohapi, a political speech for a select committee chairperson is inappropriate, but if you can't even get a quorum for your committee to approve this report, I guess you have to abuse parliamentary mechanisms to speak on behalf of someone, I suppose. And on that point, welcome Honourable Mokwele of the EFF. It's been quite some time since I've last seen you. Honourable Chairperson, it's sad that an entire budget has to be spent on the Back to Basics initiative, which is definitely necessary. The sad part lies herein, that cadre deployment has destroyed municipalities to such an extent that it's become a challenge to get even the basics right. Honourable Minister, I suggest you leave the cheap comments for a department that has time to waste on such futile pastimes, and save your sharp tongue for those cadres who fail our people in the first place. If you won't, we surely will be coming for them and their municipalities. I thank you.
Honorable Tobejani, can you continue the debate?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Budget vote number 4, Deputy Chairperson, speak to all of us as the citizens of the Republic of South Africa. Does not exclude any person. You cannot single any corner and say it doesn't. We are talking about corner-to-corner municipalities in South Africa. A program and a project that intended to clean up the segregational, setup of the Republic of South Africa before ANC takes over in 1994. If you were to just, quickly reverse your mind and look at South Africa before ANC today, it's where it is. You will, all of us, be regretting to be South African at that particular time. Only now that all of us, we are proud to say we are South Africans. We can go all over and say we are indeed South African. We don't regret, we don't have challenges that we have inherited from the previous regime. People, as honorable members, as they stand here, speak about, this government. Many of us, we forget that we are dealing with the legacy of other people's own parents who have created these problems for ourselves. As we are from time to time putting efforts to make sure that we find the correct setup for this country, people, instead of helping us, they keep on cherishing, what their forefathers have done for us. So we are not going to look back, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and be delayed by those who were feeling comfortable in the apartheid system. We are here to transform South Africa. South Africa will never be the same as you were sitting in it before ourselves. We will do everything in our powers. Hence, the minister, as he was talking here, he made mentions that there are interventions that intend to correct the very same, abnormalities that we are found in them within municipalities, that they are cancelled, that are not performing as expected. The very same department is putting systems to say we need to find these things correct. There's no any other government that I know of in South Africa that can stand tall like ANC is doing to say here and there things are not correct. We need to get them right. But people called the so-called, of course this is the so-called. You cannot be an opposition that forever you just opposite, you go to the wrong direction. You need to oppose moving towards building the country. You cannot forever pull South Africa back and said, this ANC. You don't even look at what ANC is doing. You are sitting here today, proud as you are, because ANC is working for your betterment of your own life. So we need to appreciate and acknowledge that this ANC, it is the only government we have ever seen. I'm sure the words corruption, if at your time we were having Public Accounts Committee, we were having, the very same robust debates that we are having, the very same apartheid that made you to be what you are today would have been the worst. But nobody was talking about apartheid because you were killing everybody who wanted to talk about apartheid. You need to respect and honor this ANC, that today it makes you to give you the freedom that we were not having it on your own. Bear in mind, Minister, these people, they are product of the very same systems that instead of sitting here building the country, they were taken towards training in order to kill our people. So we don't have that time. We are saying, let's reconstruct the country. Let's put the country where it belongs in order for all of us to be proud of being South African.
Is that a point of order?
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honorable Tobojani said that these people were trained to kill our people. Where are those people that he's referring to here, these people? I myself. Maybe he killed me, I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
I didn't hear that, honorable member.
He's actually calling us murderers sitting here. And you
Honor-
have to rule on that, Chairperson. You have to rule on that. I didn't
Honorable
kill
member.
anyone.
Honorable member, now you are raising a
I
point
didn't
for
kill
debate.
anyone. In fact, his party members
You
are
are raising-
sitting here
you are
that
raising a point of debate.
Honorable De Beer was one of them.
Honorable member, let me rule that Honorable Khosi to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister, I think the area that we thought you need to work hard and improve it is the area of traditional
Let me
leadership.
take that point.
That
on what
area,
point?
it's getting
Honorable
ignored.
Khosi, Can you just
Chair,
take a seat?
I think what is coming with Honorable Julius is very, very serious. The allegation of saying these people were trained to kill our people. I thought maybe you are going to ask the chief to withdraw, because if we were to pose, if we were to pose the question to the chief, who is he referring to? I thought maybe you were going to ask him the very
I
same
made a
question.
ruling on the matter, and if you are not happy with the ruling that I made, there are processes that you can follow in order to raise your concern. Can you continue with the debate?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke be ke sa tlhalosa mo ke re area e bonalago minister a re sa bereke gabotse ke go aga capacity ya magoši go dira gore magoši jwale ka ge ba kile ba dulelwa ga boima ba šomišwa ke system ya apartheid ba nyaka gore re ba tliše leveleng ye kaone re aga capacity ya bona re ba kgontšhe gore ba thuše metse ya bona e gatele pele ka tlhabologo ba bereke ka mošito ka ote le democracy e re leng ka fase ga yona ga jwale go bonala o kare nako e ntšhi ge re bolela re lebeletše fela ka bomasepala ga re bolele selo ka batho ba tšwago ba le baetapele ba ditšhaba tša rena. So we need to make sure that we invest in them, we build their capacity, we put them to the level where we will all be happy about their performance in making sure that we are running this country. You know, you don't hear this many times, but I've heard Honorable Bradel, being honest of opposition to say they are, a product of EPW programs that have, shown support during the time that they wanted help as a province. We wish this kind of opposition, even the kind of opposition now, opposition constructive. Ya go tseba gore e bolela dilo mo go na go le credit re fa batho ra re mo le a bereka le bereka ga botse. I think we need to strengthen the EPW's programs and make sure that we build in it in order to continue to support the needy people that need ourselves to be supported. Ke nagana gore Minister,
can I just take a point of order?
I'm getting lost here. I don't know if there's any other program which this ANC-led government is running called EPW. I don't know.
No, honorable member, that's not a point of order. Can you continue, Khosi?
I may be
ke a leboga modulasetulo. di program tše mmušo wa ANC o dumelang gore o kgona go identifya bo masepala ba rena ge ba le weak wa ba wa fihla mo o re go a re ba disbandeng ke go bontšha gore ANC e na le maikarabelo mo dilo di sa sepeleng gabotse ya tšwelela gore dilo a di sepele gabotse a re di direng ka tsela e nngwe ga se mang le mang a ka ba go le energy e jwale ya gore a disbande masepala wa gagwe. But because of honesty, confession ya ANC gore we are here to serve the people ga re mo go serve the interest tša rena as individual. We check everyone gore na o perform as expected ra mo fa se swantse go ya ka molao wa naga. By the way, Africa borwa e ranwa ka molao ga e rane ka gore o kwatile o gopišitše ke motho o mongwe because bontši bja di-opposition tša rena di base existence ya tšona godimo ga go kwata. They are very angry and you can't sustain angry. You get angry today, next week you collapse. Ke ne ke nagana gore ngwana ka Tebogo ke bana ba ba kwatilego bana ba baka so ba swantse ba gibe re ba fe nako ba fole ba tlo fola ba boela ka gae. Anger cannot be sustained. You cannot run country ka anger. Anger, it's a temporary thing. Tomorrow you'll be happy. You need to make sure that you have a better municipalities in order to make sure that South Africa continue to build out of it. Ravale South Africa.
Is that a point of order?
Modula Stilo. Ke a itse gore kgoši o nrigada ya ka ngwana gage le nna ke mo rigada ya ka ntate mare mo ntlong e nna le ene re a lekana. We are honorable members. So ke kopa gore kgoši
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
and I'm not angry.
Order is carried.
Yes, and I'm not angry.
Thank you, my.
The order is
I want to transform this country economically.
Honorable Mopedi.
Thank you.
Ge re fetsa modulasetulo re na legatong la African National Congress go tswa mo komiting e lebeletšego matlotlo a le ditaba tša yona re rata go tšea sebaka se re supporta budget vote ye e felego mo pele ga ntlo ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Thank you very much. May I call on the Honorable Minister to conclude the debate?
Honorable Chairperson, it's impossible to respond to everyone, but let me make a few appeals for this House to join into. The first is in relation to the initiation season that is forthcoming, both in this winter and later in the summer. And our call is that we should have zero tolerance to initiation deaths and abuse. And I'm pleased to announce that Cabinet has approved the initiation policy, which will act as the framework for this process. And together with the Justice Cluster and our traditional leaders, government will ensure that those who are operating illegal initiation schools and those that engage in criminal activities are actually prosecuted. Secondly, in relation to the Khoi and San communities, the Ministry will table the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Framework Bill in Parliament soon. For the first time, the Khoi and San people will be formally recognized and integrated into traditional leadership structures. We also want to commend the good work that traditional leaders in various provinces are doing to advance the socio-economic and job creation possibilities in their communities. Today, there are many excellent examples, which I don't have time to list here, of initiatives by traditional leaders that are making a useful contribution. Similarly, there are excellent examples of collaboration between traditional councils and leaders and municipal councils, which is quite crucial to service delivery and development within traditional communities. These good examples of best practice in collaboration between traditional leaders and municipalities are seen in, for example, Eshlazeni and the Khertsebande district municipality in Mpumalanga and in several other provinces as well. On the question of building capacity for traditional leaders, as Hosi Tabajane was saying, that's going to be work in progress, and I'm sure we will certainly get there. In relation to some of the issues raised by the two honorable members from the Democratic Alliance, with your permission, we should arrange tea between MEC Bradell and the two gentlemen concerned. Because with MEC Bradell, we have an excellent working relationship. We have support with the Premier of the Western Cape for the Back to Basics program. The submissions to the Municipal Demarcation Board have been done with every MEC's participation. The Western Cape decided not to participate or nominate municipalities for this particular process. But to accuse this, or accuse us as the Ministry of gerrymandering is really reckless. Because in effect, you are saying that an independent statutory body called the Municipal Demarcation Board, whose job it is to determine and redetermine municipal boundaries, is now the subject of political maneuvering. All we did is obey the law, which says Section 22 permits the minister to make submissions to the Demarcation Board chairperson to review, in its wisdom, or refuse to review boundaries of municipalities with a view to increasing financial viability. So this kind of recklessness that we see sometimes for cheap political shots, it doesn't speak well of the members concerned. Honorable Chetty also says, you know, we failed to respond to the violence. In fact, it's the disaster management centers, which MEC Bradell, again, the honorable member knows, played a key part in the Western Cape, together with members of so-called ANC provinces and ANC municipalities where firefighters came from. Similarly, in respect of xenophobic violence, these disaster management centers at a provincial and local level, certainly in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, played an instrumental role in making sure shelter was provided, food was provided, safety was assured. And as a government, we should be very proud of the way in which we've intervened and ensured that things happen in the right kind of way. I certainly want to agree with MEC Bradell that we need to look at alternate funding models for municipalities, and we've said so. Let's work together and identify what those models could actually look like. Honorable Kawula, I agree. This is not the time to buy expensive BMWs. I'm not sure Honorable Kawula is here, he's left. Oh, he's at the back. We certainly agree with you, and hopefully you can join us in reminding these mayors and so on to stop exercising their control over money in this kind of way. Honorable Ngubeni, on the question of unfunded mandates, that's a perpetual problem that local government has had, and one which we need to find more structured responses. And perhaps for a start, the NCOP should more critically look at legislation that comes to it from the National Assembly, and keep asking the question, is this an unfunded mandate for municipalities? Because you do have the ability to input into this process and ensure that such unfunded mandates don't begin to accumulate themselves. Finally, Chairperson, I don't think anybody is in a position to point fingers at others about corruption, this and the other. Because, you know, corruption operates in different ways, through tender systems, through stealing cash. It also operates through giving development rights, changing spatial planning permission within municipalities. So there's different levels of sophistication depending on which municipality you visit. And by the way, I don't need any invitation to visit a Western Cape municipality. I'm the national minister for COCTA. I can go wherever I like. But with my colleague here, MEC Bradell, I've had the great privilege of visiting several municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the debate, and I therefore would like to thank the Minister for having availed himself, MECs, Deputy Ministers. You are heartily thanked. Therefore, the Secretary would read the second order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 11, Public Works, Appropriation Bill B6 2015.
Honorable Minister Nwesi, the debate.
Honorable Chairperson, the MSCs, I note MSC Grant, the Chair and the members of the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, honorable members, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, In the time available, I will present the policy proposals for the budget vote and commitments for 2015-16 financial year. Also account for what we have done as the department over the last year, and also provide a progress report to this House on the turnaround strategy for public works and the 5 priority areas I announced also in my 2014 budget vote. On the turnaround, we've moved from stabilization to efficiency enhancement. Our 7-year plan to rebuild the Department of Public Works, developed in 2012 with the support of the National Treasurer, envisages overlapping phases. Phase 1 of the turnaround strategy is stabilization, which was necessitated by the lack of adequate management and financial controls, culminating in adverse audit findings and high levels of fraud and corruption. 3 years into the plan, we have stabilized the core business areas, the lease management, the immovable asset register and finances, as well as combating corruption. In relation to lease management, 1,455 out of 1,576 leases, they were renewed through the National Treasury Special Dispensation with projected annual savings of 33 million rand. In relation to the immovable asset register, Public Works has produced a reliable register of state properties under its custodianship. 99% of the properties were physically verified, resulting in significant improvement in audit outcomes. Public Works is now able to determine its property portfolio comprising of 108,657 buildings on 32,509 land parcels. And we have been able to confirm the existence and the high-level condition assessment of its properties and confirm the user departments occupying those properties. And Public Works can now leverage this massive portfolio for socio-economic development, black economic empowerment, support for small businesses, and job creation, as well as to generate the revenue to maintain the state assets. Part of the immovable asset register project has been to assign fair values to the asset. Applying the municipality values to 60% of the asset has increased the disclosed value from 49 million in 2012-13 financial year to 59.5 billion in 2014-15 financial year. So the disclosed value of immovable asset will increase significantly as the register is finalized. That's more appropriately reflecting on the national balance sheet. In the Clean Audit project, has stabilized the finances and supply chain management environment and addressed the negative audit outcomes. The main vote improved from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion in 2012-13 and an unqualified audit opinion in 2013-14. The property management trade entity improved from a disclaimer in 2012-13 to a qualified opinion in 2013-14 with significantly less areas as the basis for qualification. Due to the complexity and the sheer size or sheer volume of transactions, the PMTE remains a concern for 2014-15 audit. We are, however, encouraged by the PMT's steady migration from a simple cash basis of accounting to an accrual basis of accounting. In relation to irregular expenditure, 1.5 million transactions were revisited for the period 2009-2010 financial year to 2012-13 financial year. The result was that the department identified 35 billion of irregular expenditure, some of it originating as far back as 2001. All irregular expenditure identified is being systematically investigated to further action. Meanwhile, the department, working with the National Treasury, has put in place control measures to prevent the recurrence of the irregular expenditure. The President has stressed the need to repay creditors within 30 days of receipt of invoices as crucial to the financial health of small and emerging businesses. With respect to the invoices paid within 30 days, the mains vote performance improved from 86% in 2013-14 to 89.4% in 2014-15. But the property management trade entity performance has regressed slightly from 93.9% in 2013-14 to 92.3% in 2014-13, largely due to the implementation of the new billing, accounting and verification system, which only stabilized in 2015. Measures to enhance compliance include ministerial roadshows to address the staff and the suppliers. Furthermore, the Construction Industry Development Board, that is CITP, an entity of the department, is publishing draft regulations for comment compelling payment within 30 days throughout the industry. Phase 2 of our turnaround, efficiency enhancement. This is where we seek to improve the business model and processes of the department, focusing on 5 key priority areas that I presented to the House in 2014 budget vote. Priority 1, the creation of the 6 million work opportunities through the EPWP. This is a firm manifesto commitment of the ANC and government. South Africa, like most of the rest of the world, experiences massive structural unemployment. In fact, many countries now look to South Africa as a model for the creation of the real public employment opportunities to mitigate unemployment. We are on track. EPWP created 1.25 million work opportunities in 2014-15, working with other lead departments, environmental affairs, social development, and COGTA, as well as provinces and municipalities to roll out EPWP programs to communities across the country. In addition to the stipend, EPWP beneficiaries receive training, that is the main thing, and make a real contribution to the communities. Let me give you some of the examples. Last year, EPWP beneficiaries erected 33,000 kilometers of fencing, they laid 110,000 kilometers of pipeline, constructed 450 kilometers of stormwater drains, maintained 65,000 kilometers of road, planted 20,000 trees, cleaned hundreds of cemeteries, fed 1.5 million school children through the National School Nutrition Program, provided 20,000 home-based care practitioners who were trained to provide support to the sick individuals at home. Participants in the EPWP working on fire, that is the program, they played a very leading role in tackling the runaway fires in Cape Town this year. Most of them were taken from as far as Mpumalanga. Moreover, research by Stats SA shows that an increasing proportion of the EPWP participants goes on to find permanent employment. Priority 2 is operationalization of the property management trade entity to manage the core business of public works, the custodianship of the state immovable assets, and provision of accommodation to government. The vision for the PMTE is to ring-fence, professionally manage, secure, maintain, and optimally utilize this massive state portfolio to build value and bring savings to the state, to promote job creation and empowerment, and to improve service to the client departments by better projecting demand and client needs. With this in mind, we've set up a joint technical teams with the client departments. The outputs of the property management trade entity and its sub-programs over the last year include the following. As part of the accessibility program, 21 buildings were made accessible to the people living with, people with disabilities, with a further 15 buildings in the final stages. 160 capital projects were completed at the cost of 349 million in 2014-15, representing an expenditure of 98% of the PMTE's capital budget compared to 88% in 2013-14. 86% of the capitals or the client's capital budget compared to 70% in 2013-14, and 99% of the planned maintenance budget compared to 84% in 2013-14. So the PMT targets for 2015-16 include to make available 100 vacant and utilized freehold properties for redevelopment by the black developers, to make available 600 surplus freehold properties to let out for revenue, utilizing the services of the black real estate agents. In support of Operation Pakisa, the department has established a special unit to facilitate development and modernization of the small harbors. We will also audit all the properties on state coastal reserves falling under the custodianship of Public Works to promote development and job creation. The framework documents to operationalize the National Infrastructure Maintenance Strategy will be completed by the 31st July 2015. These tools, once approved, will ensure that the public sector institutions improve their maintenance policies and practices in line with the holistic national strategy and standard. Since last year, the Inner City Regeneration Program, which previously focused exclusively on Tshwane, has expanded its mandate to include other urban and rural areas, supporting integrated development and the creation of the government precincts in collaboration with the provincial and municipality counterparts to facilitate the frontline service delivery to the public. Precincts in the planning phase include Polokwane, Mahikeng, Christiana, Aidukwa, Balfour, Mount Fletcher, and Wamhlanga. This is just a start because we want to improve the places where our people are getting the services. That's what we want to improve. PMT has set the following 5-year targets: 75% or 75,000 work opportunities created through the construction project, 60% of the construction projects to be allocated to the BBBE contractors, 25,000 job opportunities created through the maintenance program, 65% of the facilities management contracts to be allocated to the BBBE businesses. In response to the President's SONA, the call to save energy, the following 5-year targets have been set for buildings falling under public works: 1.6 billion kilowatt hours reduction in energy consumption, 23.8 million kiloliters reduction in the water consumption. To support the delivery of construction projects, Public Works is collaborating closely with the Independent Development Trust, the IDT. During the 2015-16 financial year, the IDT, working with the department, will finalize its business case and mandate, positioning itself as an implementing arm of Public Works for the social facilitation and delivery of social infrastructure. Priority 3 is the operationalization of the governance, risk, and compliance branch. In 2012, I stated that the turnaround strategy rested on 2 pillars: improving the way Public Works did business and combating fraud and corruption. Both are concretely addressed by the establishment of the governance, risk, and compliance branch. In relation to fighting fraud and corruption, I can report the following: the establishment of the anti-corruption unit focusing on investigations and fraud awareness. Investigations now commence within 30 days of receipt of information. The backlog of 289 allegations of fraud and corruption were investigated, resulting in 129 disciplinary actions and 18 criminal referrals to SAPS. The SIO, Special Investigation Unit, has investigated 39 separate matters and recommended disciplinary action against 41 officials, of which 3 resigned, 7 were dismissed, including DDGs and directors. 7 received final written warnings, and the rest are still in the process. 22 criminal referrals have been made to SAPS and civil action undertaken for recovery of fraudulently obtained funds. Summons were issued against the landlords and former officials to recover money paid for unoccupied buildings, whilst 8 criminal cases have been opened against the service providers and an official. A comprehensive fraud risk assessment was conducted to inform the introduction of control measures to prevent fraud and corruption before they occur. The department is relaunching Operation Bring Back to reclaim the state properties that have been misappropriated or unlawfully occupied. Previous efforts relied exclusively on the goodwill of the public. The current project is proactive investigating and recovering misappropriated state properties, drawing on unusual land and property transfers identified in the process of compiling the immovable asset register. Over 1,000 properties have been identified as illegally occupied. A panel of mainly black-owned investigation firms has been established to resolve these matters. And you listen that I've been talking about black-owned. It's because the property space has been dominated by the old boys club. We want to open it for transformation now. That's why we want to utilize also our own people and open that space. The first National Operation Bring Back Forum will convene next month with a clear message to the wrongdoers. You can run, but you can't hide. So the Government Risk and Compliance Branch also spearheads the efficiency enhancements phase of the turnaround, using the tools of strategic planning, service delivery model processes, and performance management. During the 2015 Public Works focus on improving strategic planning, and I invite the honorable members to compare the quality strategic plans and the APPs for 2015-16 with those of last year. In this effort, we're supported by the officials from the DBSA, National Treasurer, the Public Service Commission, and Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency. I would like to acknowledge the support and advice I received from our dearly departed Minister Collins Chaba. We honor his legacy by striving to entrench the continuous improvement in the planning, measurement, and the management of the service delivery. Priority 4, the policy review. The department will develop a new Public Works white paper to review its mandate and role. This will form the basis of a Public Works Act we intend to table in 2017-18. Remember, currently, we don't have the national legislation. Concurrent mandate, a large part of policy review will address the concurrent mandate of Public Works. On the ground, national and provincial Public Works are working closely through the MINMAC, and MEC Grant will tell you today that that's how nice we are working together. There's no fighting there as there is fighting here. We are working very well on the issues which are affecting all the departments, addressing areas of concurrence, interdependence, and best practice, ranging from immovable asset register, the IDMS training, implementation of GIAMA, energy efficiency, and the rollout of the EPWP. Over the last 3 years, we've also developed the customized performance indicators that help measure performance across the Public Works family. 4 programs out of 6 performed above the set targets for 2014-15. All provinces achieved above set targets in relation to immovable asset register management, reflecting the imperative for national and provinces to collaborate on the asset register. Significant achievements against set targets were also experienced for EPWP. And priority 5, the transformation of the built environment. I can report, Chairperson, the Construction Sector Charter Council and the Property Sector Charter Council are aligning their sector codes with the revised BBBE Act of 2013 to promote the black enterprise and supplier development and skills acquisition. Working with the stakeholders, my department is developing a proper management empowerment policy. I need to flag the developments on the ground. The operationalization of the property management trade entity has provided major empowerment opportunities which are reflected in the construction and the property targets I've announced. CIDB, which is the Construction Industry Development Board, seeks to support emerging contractors as they graduate into suitable businesses. This includes the continuous rollout of the National Contractor Development Program, the development of the best practice standards for public sector contractor, which specify goals for black enterprise development and skills acquisition. CIDB has a role in combating collusion in the sector. 15 contractors have been charged for contravention of the code of conduct. The point here is that collusion not only cheats the state and the taxpayer, it shrinks the space available for black empowerment. The CIDB is also developing standards for integrity management system to eradicate corrupt practices in the industry. The Council for the Built Environment, CBE, in a situation where only a quarter of registered professionals are black, CBE has made the following strides. It has implemented a maths and a science program to support the learners in the disadvantaged communities, achieving impressive results, particularly in Limpopo, with the top 27 matric learners in Vembe district achieving 90% and 89% averages in maths and physics respectively. That is through this particular program. And if you go and look into those universities, those kids who are doing engineering, a few of them, deep rural areas of Lusikisiki, deep rural areas of Limpopo and so on. And it's through this program which we are doing. CBE has implemented the workplace training model for the built environment professions to unblock the skills pipeline whereby many black engineering graduates fail to find placements, and even those who do find positions do not receive the appropriate workplace training to lead to professional registration. I should also mention that Public Works has active schools, bursary, candidacy, internship, and artisan programs with some 1,297 participants. Last year, the department trained 120 youths in KZN and Mpumalanga to operate water services under under supervision. Currently, a further 320 unemployed chemical engineering graduates are receiving training and will be appointed to 97 water facilities across the country. In conclusion, Chairperson, in my 2012 budget vote, I likened the public works to a patient in the ICU. In 2013, with some improvements, I said that we had now stopped the bleeding. In 2014, I informed the honorable members that the patient was fully stabilized. Today I can inform this House that the patient indeed has been discharged, but is still subject to strict medicinal and therapeutic regime, which is needed. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Suka.
Thank you, House Chair. To the Minister, Comrade Tulas, my colleagues, MECs from the various provinces that are here today, the DG and his colleagues, let I take this opportunity and air my voice on this debate, which is very critical. It's about budget. House Chair, I wanted to go straight, but I'm tempted that members want me to respond on the issues that they are raising, in as far as my being here and tomorrow. Yes, Chairperson, House Chair, I have been deployed by the movement, the African National Congress, to another area of need by the movement, to the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, to become the chief whip of that municipality.
You are not dreaming, you are living the dream.
So, when I was approached and agreed, I was taken aback because I think where I come from, the movement, and when we joined it voluntarily under the oath with the 7 eyes, then I said, let I take the challenge. Now I'm also taking that responsibility, knowing fully well that at least I've run my race the full circle. I started in 1994 in the province. I proceeded to the NCOP in 1999 until 2002. And I went back to the province because there was another deployment that I had to deal with when we had to take the Western Cape. So I had to go back and sharpen my spears coming back to this province with a detachment which we formed at that time in 1994, in 2004, the Basel February detachment, one of the combatants of the movement that fought gallantly this struggle. So we had to name that detachment at that time in the name of Comrade Basel February. Then thereafter, I was redeployed to the National Assembly. Also in there, I was given some responsibility, being the House Whip, the whip of a committee, and so on.
Then we had to come back to the NCOP. Now I'm going down to my hometown, Port Elizabeth, to become the whip of that committee. So I'm thanking the ANC for all that has done to me, because they gave me a privilege to exercise that opportunity, very discreet. So thank you very much, and for your support.
Honorable Lon.
I would like to inquire whether the Honorable Suka would take a very short question.
Oh, no. Honorable Suka, are you ready to take a question?
Because he's my colleague in the committee, yes.
Yeah, no, it's ready. Pose your question.
Honorable Suka, just before the question, thank you. It was a privilege working with you as chair. And I just want to find out, as leader of the official opposition after the 2016 election, how would you be effective opposition to the DA?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You see, that question, it's not the first time that the ANC has encountered that question. Every time when we approach elections, even a small party will say you are going to take over that particular municipality, or the ANC will be the opposition party. I wonder if tomorrow they lose that Nelson Mandela, as they've never started to win, what would he say? So it's not a new thing to repeat their aspirations. Those are ambitions. And I can't talk of probabilities. That will never happen. The last thing, Chair, I just want to comment to the Minister for his profound speech, because he has always been like that, to be very honest. I remember when we were together in the trenches in 1982, forming NUSA at that time. He was highly energetic, very young indeed. NUSA means the National Education Union of South Africa. When it was not fashionable to join the struggle, he was always robust. He doesn't change, though he's growing older now, but I think it doesn't change. Keep it up, your transparency, the good work, the honesty is the best policy to survive. Comrade Tulas. We were together, he knows that story. Nabo Tamim Seleko, and so on, under the leadership of Curtis Nkondo, who passed on some time ago. House Chair, now I'm in a jovial mood today because I must give you a little bit, because some of us, we don't know each other. House Chair, we are debating today in a celebratory mood, because our custodian of the nation's property asset is indeed out of the intensive care unit. In fact, we agree with the Minister that it is out of the hospital. We are mindful of the challenges ahead. After years of many challenges in that department, today we are boldly saying that the department, for the 2013-14 financial year, it received an unqualified audit report. We are looking forward for the 2014-15 audit outcomes. We commend the department for the development of the fraud prevention strategy and the anti-fraud and corruption policy. We are happy to see that the newly established governance, risk and compliance branch would pay special attention to this policy area. We know that many culprits are now facing various criminal charges. Other officials who committed fraud have been dismissed. The governance, risk and compliance branch needs to be adequately resourced in order to effectively eliminate criminal activities in the department. The government of the ANC must be seen doing something very serious in dealing with the corruption. Amasela angabi nendawo yokuzimela namatutu. Abantu abaneminomide mayitshisu mina babe ibe bifutshane lo mina. Zisuke izandla etilini. Sayibulela lonto mphathiswa. Chairperson, we can see that when the minister in his previous visit to this house, he made a commitment to root out corruption. Now, Minister, we can see you remain true to your words. We know more we know more needs to be done. We are helping with the direction that the department is currently taking. Now the department is on the growth path. We know that the department has also stepped up efforts to eliminate irregular expenditure. Chairperson, we know good audit outcomes are one of the indicators representing good governance, but we should be careful of overemphasizing on compliance and clean audits and then be trapped into lack of emphasis on actual performance. Our call is to determine how far we have contributed in changing the lives of our people. As we get to the good audits, which is the right thing, we must be mindful of the child who lives in deep rural areas without food, electricity, no school uniform, and lack of a better inhabitant. Chairperson, I'm happy that today the Minister of Public Works in the past made a commitment to position the department to be able to adequately respond to social and economic aspirations of our people. For the 2015 financial year, the department is anticipated to spend 6.4 billion. Of that, 3.5 billion as a transfer payment for the operationalization of the property management trading entity. 50 million rand would step up implementation of the EPWP for the non-state sector. Chairperson, more than 30% of the department's budget, almost 2 billion, has been allocated to the EPWP. This marks a commitment of government to respond to the needs of our people. In this financial year, the department, through the EPWP, is expected to create approximately 1.2 million work opportunities. Of these, a total of 462 work opportunities will be full-time equivalent jobs. We should continue to support partnership in development. To this effect, we appreciate the partnership that the department has created with the Construction and Education and Training Authority and National Skills Fund. Today, Chairperson, the training intervention offered are recognized by the South African Qualifications Authority. It is important for the department to continue with the efforts to improve working relations with industry players to support workforce development, strengthening working relations with higher education and training institutions, including sector training agencies. Chairperson, we can see that the efforts are directed to gear up skills development programs. For the rural communities, 700,000 work opportunities would be created in rural municipalities. In addition, it is eligible provinces, 275 municipalities, and non-governmental organizations will be incentivized to increase job creation efforts in the EPWP. Abanye abantu bebengayifuni lento EPWP beyikhondema, kodwa namhlanje sonke siyabenefita kuyo. Into ekufuneka siyenze mphathiso kuzawufuna nje simonitorishe ukwenzela ubana ingahambi ngokubana ukwelipha iqembu ukuze ufumane umsebenzi njengoko isenziwa kwabanye oomasipalati. Lo mcimbi uyafuna ukumonitorisha ungasetyenziswa ngendlela erongo. Ubuzawujonga le-ANC yenzeka apha kuni. Thina sinayo imizekelo, sofuna ndiye kule ndawo ndingafuna uya kuyo. Ndireyisa ngabomi le nto njengorhulumente oselulawuleni nosezintanjeni. Sithetha ngayo wonke ubani. Chairperson, we note good progress in the implementation of the EPWP, but we need to enhance the performance of the incentive grant paid to eligible provinces, municipalities, and non-profit organizations in order to increase job creation efforts with regard to the expanded public works programs. Our people, Chairperson, bafuna imisebenzi. They want jobs. Public sector infrastructure spending provides a good indicator of the construction industry's performance. The South African Government Infrastructure Development Plan and the new Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission set up to coordinate infrastructure expenditure between the three different spheres of government are positive signals for future growth in the industry. Government continues to prioritize infrastructure investment and social programs that support those citizens most in need, and these commitments are reflected in the 2015 MTF.
Honorable, let me allow you to round up.
Yes.
Bid us goodbye.
Chairperson, we are saying as the ANC, as I've said earlier, on clean audit should not be the only yardstick. To put department in a good space, jobs, houses, hospitals, schools, roads, including rural areas, electricity also count. I get a sense that they count more in the eyes of our people. The department is moving in this direction. Actual performance to change the lives of our people for better. Mhlanga phambili, mandithabathe le nxaxheba, ndibulele lapha kuwe ngendlela osiphethe ngayo njengosihlalo walendlu, uncedisana nabanye abahlali abakweli ziko, sibuliseleke koqabane bakho, kubalingane bakho. Ndibulele nalendlu indlela besisebenzisana ngayo. Kodwa ndaba andenzanga nto uba nawubulela amaqabane besisebenzisana nayo kula committee ye-economic development ibijongene ne-department ezinhlanu nangaphezulu. I want to thank my colleagues, my comrades who served with me in the various committees. I say keep it up, the good work, and I appreciate also from the ANC point of view, all of you, comrades, the support that you gave us. Thank you very much. We'll see each other in due course. Amandla.
Thank you. To those that are coming to the podium for the first time, let me remind you that you will be making it much easier for me. There is a watch on your right. There's no need for me to say time out. Honorable Van Lingen, it's our next speaker. No, to those that are coming for the first time, Honorable Van Lingen is not coming for the first time.
Honourable Chairperson, good afternoon. Honourable Minister, colleagues. Today we debate not only the Public Works budget, but its management of national assets and also the effectiveness of budgetary allocations that directly influence how this department adheres to its mandate of job creation and eradicating the internal plague of corruption caused by the ANC-led national government. With a 6.4 billion budget that will increase by 400 million annually over the next 2 years, it should not be an aspiration, but rather a reality that jobs will be created through public works and that we give a guarantee to all South Africans that this department will stop squandering their money and make cadres richer while the poor gets poorer. Two of the major programs that can influence job creation and where corruption is more prone to occur are the expanded public works program and the property and construction industry policy and research, both respectively worth financial allocations of 1.99 and 3.8 billion. It is this type of allocated budget that is essential. With this type of budget, it is essential that money is spent correctly and accounted for to ordinary South Africans as indeed it is their money. And I need to agree with Honourable Suka, who's just departed, who now said that those jobs in the EPWP must be available for all the people. Well, we will watch him in the Nelson Mandela Bay elections when they are coming up and who gets the jobs. For this to occur, the ANC should take a leaf out of the DA's book, where the DA governs. We have shown this country that we are able to supervise effectively, manage and report on large-scale public works projects. What is intrinsic about the DA is that we are transparent, responsible and accountable. My Western Cape colleague will attest to that in a moment and show how the DA has given more South Africans freedom, fairness and opportunity. But Chair, the Minister has already agreed that his department is doing well because it is going well in the Western Cape. And Minister, thank you for acknowledging that. You're one out of 34 ministers or 38 that have done so. Thank you. It takes a man to say something like that. Honourable Chairperson, the DA will continue to win major municipalities in 2016, including Nelson Mandela Bay, where we will be able to govern more of our, implement more of our sound financial policies to benefit more South Africans and who become desperate to rid this country of corruption and bad governance. The EPWP pledged to create over 1.1 million work opportunities with 450,000 full-time equivalents by upscaling the program and improving coordination and performance in all 4 participating sectors in 2015-16. That is quite a major job. I hope the Minister understands how serious this is and that South Africans now more than ever need jobs and permanent jobs to be created in the private sector to grow the economy. But it is clear that the ANC is not good at creating jobs, as our unemployment rate under President Zuma has increased from 2009 at 28% to now 34%. After 21 years as a democracy, this department must gear up, and through the Property and Construction Industry Policy and Research Unit must now deliver on the immovable asset register, where it claims that it has verified 99.1% of the properties. At this stage, only 60% of the properties were allocated municipal values, which increased the disclosed value to 59.5 billion. It seems to be a very large amount of outstanding work still to be done, and that one must not fixate on the 99.1% of state assets verified. How do we know that all properties belonging to the state and state-owned entities have been verified and added? What progress has been made on all provincial and municipal assets? When it comes to corruption, financial mismanagement and irregular expenditure in this department amounted to 35 billion since 2009, some of it, quite rightly, as the Minister has indicated in the past, backdating to 2001. This is a daunting example of what should not happen in any state department. So, Minister, we're glad your patient is out of the hospital, but the concern is that you still call him a patient. The Minister has also referred to the SIU that investigated 39 separate cases where 41 officials were recommended for disciplinary action. All we have to ask the Minister is whether those that resigned and those that were dismissed, whether they were also prosecuted on criminal charges, and those that have been found guilty, if they were listed on the national government's list for blacklisting government officials. Because if we don't do that, those officials will remain in the system forever, and the corruption will stick to the departments and government forever. Honourable Chair, if our systems are not in place and tenders are not transparent, this department will be struck by a perpetual state of financial mismanagement and corruption and criminal activity. I would like to just raise few cases property cases that I've experienced in Kocha, my own little municipality where I live. There's a state house in 6 Verbena Street that around 2009 was in a transfer from a state to state property transaction, if you can call it a transaction, and the amount was 23 million, where the actual value of the properties around in Verbena Street or Crescent valued at between 800 and 1.2 million. And then in the Kabeljau's Caravan Park deal in 2011, the Caravan Park was granted a municipal property, but it was sold for 15.5 million. But the documents that appeared before the bank for the bond listed the selling price as 35.5 million. And then in 2008, Mr. Muhammad Nasheed Malik purchased a farm 793 for 2.6 million in Kocha. This property, without any development, any improvement, or any rezoning, was sold to Eskom and transferred in July 2013 for 33 million. Honourable Minister, I want to know if your department can pick things like that up and sort them out, because then you will become my hero. I also need to ask you, Minister, how high-ranking ANC leaders are linked to a tender worth 631 million rand to build 66 toilets in villages in the Amatola district in the Eastern Cape, where Gwede Mantashe, who is benefiting directly, is once again reminded of the involvement of Chancellor House to pump up the party coffers at the cost of the state, and where one can only think of Hatachi and Madupi. As members of the ANC leadership become greedier, they are following the president's lead at Nkandla, and I don't have to mention it in this debate and this department because we're familiar with it. But they are lining their own pockets at the cost of the state. Honourable Chair, I commend the Minister for stabilising his patient, as I said earlier, and I'm sure that it was a very tough task to do so. I must tell you a story about this Minister. My very first overseas trip, the Minister and Mike Ellis and I and Khashmeni, I think, went to Brazil. And this Minister has a very difficult name to pronounce, especially to Brazilians. So Nesi is a very difficult name to say. I mean, you know, even I battle. And he would say, oh, don't worry about that, just call me Minister Sexy. And the Minister is in the effort of making his department sexy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Ilunga lehloniphekile Khawula.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, I want to start by congratulating the Minister and his team for at long last achieving an unqualified audit report for the first time in 15 years. Siyakubongela Mntakanxisa. The Department of Public Works carries with it the hopes of all government departments for them to be accommodated under adequate, satisfactory working conditions. If this does not happen, it dampens the spirit of employees to deliver. Adequate working conditions are an essential necessity to every employee. Unfortunately, Public Works in South Africa suffers from lack of skilled personnel, which hinder government's ability to deliver. The department suffers a shortage of professionals in property management. The property management trading entity, PMTE, is also struggling as a result of not having properly qualified personnel. In some provinces, Honourable Minister, Public Works is so struggling that it is nearing a state of collapse. The Department of Health has started 2 or 3 years ago to implement the pilot programs for NHI. What this entails is that they have to attend to improving infrastructure of the department for NHI to be fully functional. The Honourable Minister of Health reported that Limpopo, his department has decided to implement construction programs on its own because of the poor and very bad state of public works in Limpopo. The expanded public works program must be handled with care and, most importantly, impartially. It is wrong for some people in power to abuse the EPWP as a campaign tool for political gains. This is a program designed to provide relief to struggling South Africans. Poverty and hunger knows no color, knows no party affiliation. Relief programs of government should therefore not be given eyes that will discriminate in accordance with political belief. There are lots of government immovable assets which still lie out there unaccounted for. The issue of finalizing government's asset register must be finalized. When this register is complete, Honorable Minister, the next step is what will happen to those who have been abusing state property, especially those who are government officials and government employees. Illegally occupying a government property is as good as stealing from government. For as long as government has not yet effectively dealt with the Nkandla residence issue, the efforts of fighting fraud and corruption remain unconvincing, and government's commitment to such remains doubtful. The Nkandla issue, Honorable Minister, remains a benchmark to your commitment. Public Works needs to deal with the scourge of prices that go abnormally high if the client is government, and remain relatively reasonable if the client is anyone else. There needs to be a constant re-evaluation and inspection of value for money when government is hiring services like accommodation. Transformation has not effectively taken place in the built environment and the property business sector. It is taking place at a snail pace. Very few previously disadvantaged individuals are engaged by government as estate agents when government is seeking services of accommodation hire. The overutilization of consultants as implementing agents for work that should be performed by Public Works also remains cause for concern. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable MSc of Transport and Public Works in the Western Cape, Honorable Grant.
Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Minister of Public Works, Honourable Members and Office Bearers, delegates from provinces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As always, it is an honour for me to represent the Western Cape Provincial Parliament here in the National Councils of Provinces today on the occasion of the policy debate on Budget Vote 11, Public Works. Almost a year ago in this House, I indicated that I'd been on a steep learning curve in the few weeks which had passed since my assuming my current responsibilities. I went on to say that I'd already learned that if a government allows the less than efficient provision and management of its assets and overall infrastructure, its chances of meeting its economic growth and job creation targets are significantly reduced. Chairperson, I've now been in this portfolio for close on a year, and nothing I have experienced or observed has caused me to change my view of the central importance of a properly and efficiently managed and utilized physical asset base to the development plans of any country. Internationally and locally, report after report stress the fact that infrastructure is the backbone of national and regional economies. In this way, it supports growth, sustainability, and most importantly, social upliftment. A recent World Economic Forum fact sheet put the shortfall between infrastructure needs worldwide and actual investment as almost $1 trillion. And Chairperson, it is a mistake to think that the need for such investment is limited to developing economies such as ours. Infrastructure, buildings, roads, energy generators does not remain static and functional forever. It has to be maintained and updated as new technology and techniques are developed. 5 years ago, the economist Paul Krugman, in examining infrastructure in the United States of America, described America as being on the unlit, unpaved road to nowhere. As a consequence, in the USA, it is estimated that an investment of almost $90 billion per year in infrastructure is needed to maintain or improve the productivity of the economy. It is no wonder that the USA tracks carefully the relationship between infrastructure spend and job creation. The South African Development Bank records that in sub-Saharan Africa, countries invest between 2 to 3% of gross domestic product in infrastructure projects. China currently spends approximately 9% of GDP on similar projects. This demand must place huge strains on the budgets of all countries, and increasingly the trend worldwide is for governments to concede that their budgets cannot meet these demands on their own. It is no wonder that a whole range of alternative partnership financing models has developed around this need to invest massively in infrastructure. However, Chairperson, before a country can plan for its built environment needs, it has to know what it has and what the condition of its existing infrastructure is. In this regard, the Minister of Public Works inherited a massive challenge and has referred to the need for his department to go through a phase of stabilization before embarking on enhancement and development. In a masterpiece of understatement, the Minister said that this was necessitated by the lack of adequate management and financial controls, culminating in adverse audit findings and highly publicized levels of fraud and corruption. That the situation has been allowed to develop is obviously unacceptable and reveals at best a casual approach by his predecessors to their custodial responsibilities. At worst, it was a flagrant ignoring of governance responsibilities and accountability. That the Minister has been willing and able to address this state of affairs is to his credit. It is clear from the documentation and available in the various structures in which my department and I participate that much has been done to establish accurate records of immovable assets, their condition and their value. Never again should the invaluable immovable asset base of South Africa be allowed to degenerate to the point where it jeopardizes crucial economic development potential. Where people are identified as having been criminally involved in any fraud and corruption, they must be charged and dealt with in terms of the criminal justice system. Minister, thank you for your work in that regard. Chairperson, departments of this nature interact with and service many aspects of society. Public Works would be failing in its responsibilities if it did not respond to the countless developments and new ideas in these fields, applying this new awareness and the new agenda wherever appropriate. As knowledge of environmental sustainability, the urban ecology, green building technology and alternative energy resources increases, the Department of Public Works has to ensure the responsible incorporation of these developments in its day-to-day activities, or be accused of creating infrastructure for a society which does not need it anymore, a society which has moved on, so to speak. In addition, given that these assets are distributed throughout the breadth and width of South Africa, across all provinces, I would expect that there will be the highest level of cooperation across the various spheres of government to achieve the highest possible impact on the improvement of the lives of people in South Africa. Last year, in the same debate, I pointed out that an intervention made by government, especially one which has infrastructure focus, ultimately lands in a municipal space. The dynamics are clear and must be taken into account in planning and implementation. Chairperson, there has been much coverage in recent times about the difficult financial position of many municipalities. In this regard, the attempts made by the Public Works Minister to resolve the often unacceptably high levels of State Department debt to various municipalities is also to be commended. As clarity emerges about the proper allocation of the debt and the payment of the outstanding amounts, usually of critical importance to municipalities involved, can be pursued. There are lessons to be learned from the ESCOM experience. Earlier in the speech, Chairperson, I mentioned that in the USA there is careful tracking of the link between infrastructure spend and employment opportunities. Evidence there indicates that for each $1 billion spent on infrastructure, an average of 18,000 jobs are created. In my budget speech in March this year in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, I indicated that our spend in this field in the Western Cape generated over 13,000 work opportunities on infrastructural and maintenance projects and more than 6,000 such opportunities on road and rail networks. In this regard, the role which the Minister's Department plays in the expanded public works program is critical and welcomed. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matabe.
Thokoza sihlalo ngilotshise kumhlonishwa uThula Sinxesi ngilotshise amalunga wonke weParlamente weNCOP ngilotshise bonke amalunga eParlamente abuya eParlamente ezahlukahlukene. Ladies and gentlemen, lotshani ngisho ngithi njengenaga le eholwa umbutho ka-African National Congress siku democracy namkha siku ndando yeningi eneminyaka engama-21 sitsho sigcwala umlomo sithi siyakuthokozela lokho begodu siyazikhakhazisa.
Honorable Matabe, sorry. Honorable Lond.
Chair, I would really love to listen to the honourable member from, I think, Mpumalanga, but unfortunately our translators, I think they've left for dinner or something. So either they need to come back, or if the honourable chair might indulge me and maybe switch between English and.
No. You can't encroach to that. It's a democratic right.
Yeah.
We'll deal with the issue of the interpreters. Any official language is accepted in the House. You can't prescribe to a member the language to be used. Yeah, no, we'll attend to that, to the people who are doing the interpretation. Continue, Honorable Matabe.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ngisho ngithi siyakutsho kugcwala umlomo sithi siyabonga begodu siyazikhakhazisa bonyana ANC yakhulula abantu enarheni le. Sithi abantu bekhethu baphila ngcono khulu kunalesa sikhathi esidlulileko eminyakeni engamakhulu 450 la kade baphila ngaphasi kwencindezelo sithi siphila ngcono khulu ngenxa yakho wena African National Congress. Honorable members, as an ANC government, we are proud of what this country has achieved in 21 years of democracy in comparison to how many years that we lived under this colonialism. And we are determined more than ever to continue to improve the lives of all the citizens of this country, in particular, the previously disadvantaged. Though we admit that there are challenges, we are continuing to improve the lives of our citizens. Sithi siyaraga, siyaphambili, siyaqhuba. The challenges are there, but they make us to be more stronger, to be more initiative, and to be more determined to do what is best for our people, because the ANC lives for the betterment of our people. Honorable Chairperson, as the ruling party, we are in full support of the budget allocation to vote 11 to the Department of Public Works. As the Honorable Minister has indicated, we are fully aware of the challenges facing this department as an ANC. We are pleased by the progress which has been made by this department under the steward leadership of Honorable Minister Thula Sinxesi, and we are confirming and affirming our commitment and full support of the 7-year plan to rebuild the department, namely stabilizing the department, enhancing efficiency within the department, and ensuring that sustainable development is achieved. And siyasho ukuthi lokho kungakhonakala. Honorable Chairperson, as the People's Movement, we are pleased of the progress which has been made by this department particularly on the stabilization of the supply chain processes in an effort to prevent the recurrence of irregular expenditures in the department. Indeed, as the ANC-led government, this further shows our commitment in fighting corruption and irregularities within the department. Honorable members, as a custodian of state assets or properties, we are pleased as the ANC that the department has managed to stabilize the lease management, the asset register, as well as the finances in collaboration with other role players like the National Treasury. We can't be happier as ANC-led government than knowing that as we wake up in the morning, we can account for the property portfolio under this department. We regularly do condition assessment and we can confirm the user departments of those properties. Once again, honorable members, this shows that the ANC-led government is still accountable to its people and management of public assets is still on top of the ANC agenda. The Operation Bring Back also affirm our commitment as a government to fight corruption. Honorable member, we can only encourage and applaud the Honorable Minister for relaunching this important operation. State properties belongs to the state. And those who found to be cheating the government and taxpayers by wrongfully occupying state properties must be called to account and the rule of law must be applied. Indeed, as you have indicated, Honorable Minister, they might be running, but they can hide and they will be exposed soon. Honorable members, the President of the Republic of South Africa, sikhuluma ngaye lapha umhlonishwa ubaba wethu uJG Zuma osiphethe sonke khona ngapha noma ubuya kuyiphi ihlangano ungupresident wakho waconfirma on behalf of the African National Congress and once again reaffirmed our commitment as a ruling party to go back and fully implement what is envisaged in the Freedom Charter. And that's why 2015 has been declared as a year of the Freedom Charter. This is also in consideration of the targets which are clearly articulated in the national development, which is a cornerstone of government program implementation. As the ANC, we are therefore pleased that the department has made efforts to earmark 475 hectares of land for sustainable human settlements. The Freedom Charter is very clear on issues of land sharing, and we are pleased with this effort by the department. 60% of construction projects allocated to BBBEE contractors. Sitsho sithi kubuhlungu kuyasika emathumbini walabo akade ba benefita kade ngoba manje kuyisikhathi ukuthi ku benefit abantu bekhethu bayathoma bayarareka bayakhuluma bayabuza ukuthi kungani ku benefit abantu bekhethu bakhohliwe ukuthi banje nje bazinjinga namhlanje ngoba nabo ba benefita ngesikhathi sencindezelo. Sisho City creation of 6 million job opportunities through EPWP sayithokozela nayo leyo program sihlala hlangana nabantu siyabona ukuthi le program iyenza umehluko ezimpilweni zabantu siphila nabo asikhulumi ngabantu abahlala emadrobheni abangawuboni umhlago lothina sibona kusihlala emakhaya. Creation of 75,000 job opportunities through construction projects, 25,000 job opportunities created through maintenance program. Nawo mahlelo iswathokozelayo through umnyango lo. Honorable members, the number of job opportunities to be created by this department clearly points out our commitment as ANC government in achieving the targets as set out in the National Development Plan, as well as the 2014 election manifesto of the ruling party, which is the African National Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, as a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport, and Community Safety and Liaison in Mpumalanga Province, and my colleagues in the African National Congress, we are satisfied with what has been presented by the Honorable Minister in his budget vote. And I can also confirm that the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport in our province has also aligned its provincial plan with more or less to what National Department of Public Works seeks to achieve. There is indeed a clear link between the departments in these two spheres of government. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the department has optimally aligned itself in order to be able to deliver on its mandate within the 2015 allocated resources. Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo.
Thank you. The Honorable Mokwele.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've just started to speak now. I think your time will operate as South African time, not the Chinese. Once again, the economic freedom fighters, we reject the budget. On the 1st of May, instead of celebrating workers' day, South African workers were telling stories of workplace abuse. The workers and living condition, the working and living condition that workers live under must be reflection of the progress and we made in bringing about fundamental economic transformation. They must be an indication of how apartheid employment practices have been eradicated, how the plight of workers in general have been addressed, and what plans were in place addressing unemployment in the country. But, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC have made no admission and has made no admission by the Honorable Speaker that ANC government is refusing completely to ban labor brokers, and it is the ANC that continues to leave workers vulnerable to work sorts of exploitation in any of the May Day events. Minister, what is even more concerning in government continuing to recycle the same lies and misleading the nation, giving impression that all is well in a working place while workers have been telling the EFF a different story. In February, President Jacob Zuma...
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Makue.
Chairperson, on a point of order, we are discussing...
Public Works.
We are debating.
Public Works.
Oh, Honorable Mokwele.
Public Works and not
Honorable Mokwele.
I know.
Continue, Honorable Mokwele.
I know that we are debating Public Works.
Honorable Mokwele, continue.
Public Works has got workers in it, if you don't know. It's a very broad department. Chairperson, am I protected?
Honorable Mokwele.
Thank you very much. The same that I've been said can also be said about the Public Works. By insisting on renting buildings instead of building offices for government use, this department is promoting corruption on great scale. It was for this reason that Begicelo was removed as a police commissioner. He, like most senior ANC people, used loopholes provided by the department to loot from the state millions rands. In the Western Cape, police were even locked out of their buildings at some stage by the landlord because the Department of Public Works had bungled up a lease contract. The government boasts about the successes of expanded Public Works program, EPWP, in Setswana is said to be a power and a Popeye. In providing work opportunity, the so-called work opportunity, and its plans to create about 6 million work opportunity in the next 5 years will prove fruitless. But the reality is only a small fraction of the money allocated to a power and a Popeye reaches people on the ground. Instead of changing people's lives, this department has subjected people to excessively exploitation while ANC-connected tenderpreneurs rake of all the cream. People get...
Honorable Mokwele, Honorable Tobejane.
It will be proven by court, that one. Don't say it now.
Honorable Mokwele, you can't do that. Take your seat. Honorable Tobejane.
There's no seat. Oh, there
is a seat.
Okay.
I just want to check, Chair, whether it is parliamentary for honorable members to refer to the people of this republic as Popeyes. Is it how we should be referring them, Chair?
Allow me to ascertain whether that was said, then I'll make the ruling.
Can I
Honorable
continue?
Mokwele, you can continue.
It seems I'm a threat of this house. Always when I speak, people will raise issues. But the reality is only small fraction of money allocated to power and Popeye reaches people on the ground. Instead of changing people's lives, this department has subjected people to excessive exploitation while ANC-connected entrepreneurs rake off all the cream. People get as little as 50 rand a day after enduring hard labor and terrible working conditions. This, according to the ANC, is moving South Africa forward. These EPWPs have been turned into lucrative money pots for ANC councillors who use them for EPWP contractors to pay a tithe to the ANC. We know about that. I don't have to explain more. The ANC has neither the ability nor the vision to free our country of corruption and repressive labor practices. It does not have this vision because it benefits immensely from the exploitation of our people and the safeguarding of corruption. It does not want to ban labor brokers because it benefits from them. It does not want to ban tenders because tenders are their lifeline. It does not want to build the state capacity the state capacity to do its own operations because by so doing they will be closing off the tap of corruption that has sustained them thus far. Mudula stilo, bari pinyana ga e re pin, ya be e utlwiletse dikgolo. We therefore reject this budget. Rona re le economic freedom fighters ra re mangwana o tshwara thipa ka fa bogaleng ka jalo go tshwanetse re le mokgatlo o lwelang ditshwanelo tsa batho go netefatsa gore ditirelo tse di maleba tse di nang le boleng di isiwa go bathong. Ke a leboga modulasetulo.
Honorable Lond.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Let me start off by saying to the Honourable Suka, who seems he has already left for PE, but in any case, in his absence, Honourable Suka, it was a privilege and an honour and a pleasure to work with you. Secondly, on your appointment as ANC Chief Whip in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, shame, good luck. Honourable Matebe, as the chairperson for Public Works, Roads and Transport in Mpumalanga, I really don't know how you can come here and say that the ANC is delivering, because I went to your province 4 weeks ago and I had to dodge all the potholes going through the province. So I think firstly, go back to Mpumalanga, please attend to that, and then after you've done a good job there, come here and tell us the good story, because currently you don't have a good story. Honourable Mokwela, your track record in government, oh no, you've never been in government and you never will be in government, so we'll just leave you there. Personally, on Public Works, I went on the website while I was preparing the speech, and I really like the slogan that Public Works use that says, South Africa works because of public works. That's a good slogan. You've used it, your department used it. But now I want to find out, because since last year, August, you said Public Works were first in ICU and then in high care, and now they've been released from hospital and they're still on heavy medicines. So as far as I know, then you're still on sick leave, the department. Now, if South Africa works because of Public Works, and Public Works is still on sick leave, what's going on in the country? In your own words, you're actually saying that listen, South Africa is not working because you're still on sick leave. Now, if you're on medicines, I really hope that you use the Western Cape Department of Health to deliver your medicines and not the Eastern Cape or some other province, because then you will never get better. So please come to the Western Cape and we'll deliver your medicines to improve. Okay, Minister, we had the Honourable President here last week, and we asked him about the performance evaluation of the ministers. And he didn't want to make public what the scores are. He didn't want to say who's his highest performing minister and his lowest performing minister. But to yourself and to the Minister of Police, I want to tell you, don't worry, because you have protected the President with the Nkandla. I'm really worried about when that is going to come out from the Minister of Police as well. So I can tell you with quite certainty that you will get a good report from the Honourable President, and you don't have to worry about your job. But from our side, I want to commend you for the progress that you have made in the department thus far. It's unfortunate that you inherited such a bad department, and I really plead to put aside any party political pressures internally and externally, focus on the job, and please, let's get this government and this department working, because as you said, South Africa works when public works work. Thank you.
Honorable Bakis.
Honorable Chair of the House, Honorable Minister, Honorable members of the NCOP, we are alive to the fact that there's no political democracy that can survive and flourish if the masses of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. We said this because we are fully conscious of the fact that the successes of our democracy and the progress that the ANC government is making is in advancing the lives of our people should and will be measured by decisive intentions and interventions that the ANC-led government takes to improve the quality of life for the most vulnerable people in our society. Now, the shallowness of the DA represents in our politics the liberal parrot cry. We need to educate them that when they talk about the reality and the aspirations, the ANC as a movement, in terms of its theory of the revolution, is a scientific organization, and reality will always supersede fiction. Now, if they talk of aspirations of our people are ingrained in our organization and its principles and the vision. The DA in our politics will continuously want to ingratiate itself to the masses of our people for its own political expediency. The white business in South Africa is only good because it's white. But for black people to engage in business is a crime for DA members. And Honorable Chair, let me make this point. Transformation of our economy requires far-reaching changes in the market policy and the structure of our economy. Democratization begins with transformation of the state and the society. The past industrial policy created jobs with repressive labor practices and neglect of training and excessive concentration of economic power And this must be our precise response to the EFF. Exploitation in this land, in our country, is not practiced and imposed or foisted by the ANC government. It's foisted by the system that is advocated by the DA. Look, we need to expose again the EFF. They are saying they are rejecting the budget. We must tell our people that what are the political implications of the EFF in rejecting the budget, because if they reject the budget, they mean the content of the program of the department for this year of building schools will not be there. Those job opportunities will not be there. Upgrading the infrastructure for disabled people in this land will not be there. Those are the political implications. And I want to say to the minister...
Order members. We can't drown the speaker.
When our government says we are going to upgrade the infrastructure of the disabled people, is an aspiration of our people. And the DA must be able to instruct its health department to distribute medical or medicine to the poor people in this province. Honorable Chair, the dialectical link between meeting the basic needs through infrastructure program and reviving the economic growth is the essence and the kernel of reconstruction and development. And we have been saying, as the ANC, even captured in our strategy and tactics, I quote, our understanding of the developmental state is that it's located at the center of mixed economy. It is the state which leads and guides that economy, which intervenes in the interest of the people as a whole, close quote. This is what we say in the ANC strategy and tactics. Honorable Chair, let me raise two fundamental points. 1.17 billion for provinces and municipalities is a huge resource which must be monitored by national department.
Honorable
And my time is finished.
No, not
okay.
yet. Honorable Kaula.
Chairperson, on a point of order, is it parliamentary for the honorable member to be laughing at himself while addressing us?
No, that's not a point of order. Continue, Honorable
I
Pakis.
didn't capture that, Chair. It is for this reason that, as the ANC government, we took a conscious decision to continue to ensure that evolution of our society and the successes of our interventions is premised on the following cardinal pillars of the developmental state: economic growth and transformation, employment creation, poverty and equality reduction, improved access to health, social cohesion, safety and security, international relations, and good governance. As the ANC, we are aware that our commitment to work tirelessly to transform our society is continuously undermined by the number of historical and institutional deficiencies of skill gap, unemployment, and poverty. Let me be opportunistic, Chair, before you cut me. Let me raise this point, Honorable Minister. The issue of skill. I've been articulating this point even in the province, that as much as we will continue the program of infrastructure building, but in that process, we have an opportunity to make sure that we create our own internal capacity. Let me illustrate the point that I want to make. You give a huge tender to a private company. That tender must be with conditionalities that says, we give you this particular tender, but you must make sure that you have 10 graduates who are civil engineers. And in that process, you say, we want you to take 4 black-owned companies. When that project is finished, you are sure that we've got 1 skill in the state. We have developed black companies. Because for how long shall we be dependent on these big, well-established construction companies that are not even belonging to South Africa? I'm very passionate about this point. But when that project is finished, you are sure that we have 15 or 20 civil engineer black students who are going to serve our own government. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Empowering, or which empowered the Inspectorate and Compliance Unit across the department to review all the supply chain management processes before appointing service providers. So we're dealing with those issues. And when it comes to this issue of raised by Honorable Suka and Van Lingen again, we hear constant stories of corruption, recruitment on political lines. These accusations have been raised in both ANC and DA municipalities or run municipalities. So Public Works, we're saying we want to deal harshly with any form of that corruption, and we have put in place systems to combat this. But we're saying any allegation must be investigated, and responsible implementing body has to remedy the situation. We have issued a ministerial determination on the EPWP and the Code of Good Practice for EPWP, which clarifies the process of recruitment of the beneficiaries to be done in a fair and a transparent manner.
Sorry, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mkwele.
Honorable Minister Maitatu. Modula Stilo, ke kopa ka tswetswe gore re kope Honorable Minister wa Public Works to speedily fix this house, because this coldness in this house it affect our health. On a very serious note, I'm not joking. It's very cold. I was with Honorable Member there. She had to put on blankets on her waist. It's a very serious matter that needs to be looked at. On a very serious note, I'm not joking.
That is not a point of order, but continue, Honorable Minister. Well, already when Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCO, Peter, was here, he even said it's the worst in this situation, as I'm experiencing that. So that issue will be attended.
Well, when you know management and planning, you must understand that when you deal with an aircon system of such a massive institution, you plan for it. You don't just spend money and take money from somewhere. This is planned in the department. Whilst we're talking about Public Works, for instance, there was a specific media allegation of corruption in the EPWP project in eThekwini. The allegation of corruption centered on a councillor in Ward Committee member and in Ward 65 in eThekwini Metro. And the National Department of Public Works, as the overall coordinator for the EPW, is liaising with the eThekwini Metro. The Metro has advised that the municipality ombudsman is investigating the matter, and a forensic investigator has been assigned to deal with that. So give us the specifics, then we deal with those specifics instead of being general when we deal with these programs. Well, on the SIU, we've told you about the investigations which have been done, the criminal referrals. But what is important is that when officials have been dismissed, our practice is to allow the dismissed officials to exhaust all the appeal processes before submitting their names for blacklisting. So it's very important that we follow those fair procedures. On Operation Bring Back, it's intended to detect, to expose the irregular property transfers to the detriment of the state. And we're doing it by engaging in a number of reviews. And Honorable Kaula, lack of skilled personnel is right, that's the right issue. This is the issue affecting the performance of the department. I mean, if I were to say, in fact, almost 70% of the work of the department is technical. You need engineers, surveyors, architects, technologists, property economists, property analysts, property lawyers, facilities managers, property investment people. And As we sit today, we have people 70% to 80% more in general administration than on the skills. So it's a skills mismatch. That's why we're growing our own. That's why we're investing on this one. And I agree with the MSc grant from the Western Cape. The alternative partnerships are needed in the infrastructure, but we must be careful. I agree with that. This must be true partnerships. It might not be that the private sector takes all the profits and then government takes all the risks. That's very important as we evaluate all these partnerships, whatever types of the PPPs, because models in Britain and other countries, people have been running away with profits and then pushing all the risk to government. But I think it's a matter for debate. Honorable Pagis were already putting those conditions to the companies as part of making sure that we're using public works as a training space. Honorable Mukwili from the EFF, you said you reject the budget. Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, I don't have time to engage rejectionists and anarchists. To try to convince an anarchist is a waste of time, because an anarchist knows no order and will not listen to any logic.
On a point of order.
Honorable
On a
Minister.
point of order.
Honorable
Honorable Minister, I've been respecting.
No, address me.
On a point of order.
Yes, address
Chair.
me on a point of order.
Yes.
Not honorable, not the
Okay,
minister.
all right, I'm addressing you to tell the minister that, one, I am not an anarchist. I am a mother, I am a wife, I am a sister, I am a younger sister of
Honorable-
somebody. So the minister must never, ever refer me
Honorable
as,
Mokwele,
as an
take your
anarchist.
seat. Take your seat.
I will take my seat. I will take my seat. I request to be noted. So
Can
the
you take
honorable,
your seat? I want to address your point of order. Can you take your seat?
yes, I'm a wife. So
No.
he must never
Honorable
say
Mokwele,
to me I'm an
take your
anarchist.
seat.
If needs be, we'll debate on a separate platform.
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, you rise on a point of order. I gave you an opportunity. I listened to the point of order so that I can make a ruling. Unfortunately, I'm not getting a point of order that can assist me to make an informed ruling.
Ke kopa ho bua ka leleme la ka gore o kgone ho nkutlwa.
I've heard you.
Mare wa re ga wa nkutlwa.
No, I got it very well.
Honorable Chair, kgang ya ka e nngwe fela. I know gore these members
Order, members.
These members are referring us as anarchists. We are not anarchists. We are taking the revolution forward, if they don't know. And mark my word, history will judge us. I'm telling you. So never ever, you must never ever refer to us as anarchists. We are not anarchists. We are not here by default. We are voted by people of this country to represent them. And whatever issues that
Honorable
we raise, in this house, we raise issues
Honorable
from our constituencies. So the minister does not have right to call us anarchists. I'm not an anarchist. I'm a well-respected citizen of this country.
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. I said you address me in terms of your point of order. The unfortunate part is that you are not raising only a point of order. You are debating. Allow the minister to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I stand my ground. No amount of persuasion or convincing will persuade a rejectionist who says, I'm rejecting everything. I stand by that ground, and it's a point of debate. And I welcome all those who have made constructive criticisms. And thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair,
Let me address that issue. Let me address that issue.
Chair.
It is not parliamentary to call an honorable
So why don't
member
you caution
an
the minister?
anarchist.
No. So why don't
I'm saying-
why don't you caution the
Can
minister?
you take your seat? I've been listening to you making your point. Can you take your seat?
You must be consistent.
I'm very
Don't judge
consistent.
us because we are EFF members. We are EFF members and we are here to stay if you don't know.
No, you raised, you never said they referred to you as an anarchist. You just raised the word anarchist. Order, members. That concludes the debate. I'd like to thank special delegates, the minister, the MEC for availing themselves for the debate. Honorable Van Lingen, okay. Thanks, Minister, special delegates, and MEC for availing yourself for the debate. Honorable members, in view of the flow, we felt that they have already arranged lunch, but it would be in order to continue and conclude the debate. The secretary will read the third order of the day.
Policy debate on budget vote number 10, Public Service and Administration, Appropriation Bill, Bill 6 of 2015.
I would like to welcome the Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, the Honorable Dlodlo.
Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Mr. Mohapi, Honorable members and delegates, all protocols observed. It is my privilege to share with this eminent House today a policy input for public service and administration following our recent budget vote to the Parliament last week, to the National Assembly last week. As the Ministry for Public Service and Administration in this fifth administration, we have the indomitable task of guiding a public service to new heights of professionalized service delivery. A good foundation has already been laid by the late Minister Collins Chabane, and I'm certain that over the next 4 years, we would have seen significant public sector reforms. Honorable Chairperson and members, Minister Chabane had already assumed an onerous task in redirecting the public service machinery and policy discourse since 2014, with his feet firmly rooted in the reality of needs and conditions of our ordinary people. He committed to this House and to the people of South Africa at large that the face of the public service was going to change with an objective to create a public service with a soul. He committed to work with all stakeholders at the coalface to bring quality services to our people by including and imploring all public servants to provide transformative solutions in improving government operations. Honorable members, 4 key touchpoint messages were shared with the nation in the budget vote last week. These form the basis of what influences the trajectory of the direction and future for public administration and are as follows. The first one is entrenching our ongoing efforts and commitments in addressing the transformation of the public service in line with the National Development Plan's social vision for Outcome 12 by managing the strategic state capability and governance to deliver public services. The second one introduces mechanisms for improving the efficiencies and effectiveness of public administration by focusing on operations management, toolkits, and productivity measurements within the public service. The third, professionalizing the public service through targeted capacity building programs that institutionalize Batupili ethics as well as technically relevant skills. And lastly, Chairperson, by introducing common norms and standards through the institutionalization of the Public Administration Management Act and other legislative instruments to operationalize the ethics and integrity, as well as the Office of Standards and Compliance. As part of our ongoing public sector reform initiatives, President Jacob Zuma on December 2014 signed into law the Public Administration Management Act after an extensive consultative process. This was a culmination of an extremely complex process which spanned over a number of years, resulting in our successful quest towards ensuring seamless service delivery by all spheres of government within common values of a public administration as enshrined in the Constitution. The Act provides for powers for the MPSA to set minimum norms and standards in selected areas, including the promotion of basic values and principles contained in Section 195, Section 1 of the Constitution, in consultation with the Minister of COGTA. It is important to note that the PAM Act repeals certain sections of the Public Service Act, but does not replace it in its entirety. The Act will apply to all government departments in the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. This takes inter- and intragovernmental relations to a collaborative level. Honorable members, the DPSA is developing draft regulations which are necessary to support implementation of various provisions of the PAM Act. The critical provisions currently receiving our attention in the regulation is one that seeks to ensure that officials convicted with corruption or facing serious disciplinary charges will not be able to fall through the net. This would ensure that affected staff are not transferred between departments of spheres without a central knowledge and/or management system. As part of our ongoing efforts to manage discipline within the public service, Cabinet approved the creation of a centralized pool of labor relations specialists and legal experts to deal with the backlog of disciplinary cases, uniform guidelines for precautionary suspensions. We're encouraged by the response and support received from departments towards the creation of this pool. Thus far, we already have a total of 200 experts assigned to the pool, and we have held a number of workshops with them to ensure that there is common understanding of the task at hand. In pursuing an appropriate developmental public service machinery, our solutions are embedded in the extent to which the public service can set and steer a national public administration plan infused with the vision of the National Development Plan. Tusong centers are a strategic government intervention in taking services to the people, especially communities that are unable to access government services easily in rural and peri-urban areas. The locus of the center in communities is the delivery of various government programs and services by collaboration with community development workers who drive strategic pro-poor initiatives from these centers, including coordinating citizen participation through Izimbizo and feedback loops from citizen needs, which are key aspects of the National Development Plan, I repeat. The blueprint to finalize the governance and funding arrangements for Tusong centers is near completion. The Management Performance Assessment tool, MPAT, has highlighted weaknesses in basic building blocks in the organizational functionality within most departments. Our operations management framework has responded to these concerns through mapping business processes and standard operating procedures, as well as conducting organizational functionality assessments of selected departments. We have also revised appropriate service delivery models with local government and these will have to be explored going forward. As government, we are cognizant of the fact that modernizing through interoperable e-government systems and multimedia platforms is the route to fast-track service delivery at all levels of government. Honorable members, we are driving a campaign to continually instill the Batupili values in all public servants, especially our frontline staff. The DNA makeup of our public servant must consist of men and women with impeccable ethical conduct, including a high work ethic displaying high morale, humility, and pride associated with being a loyal public servant. We must be beyond reproach as public servants. Our administrative culture must create an organizational culture which embeds a civic culture reflective of Ubuntu, an Ubuntu value system. It is for this reason that the DPSA, in partnership with the National School of Government, will begin the process of changing our bureaucratic patterns of thinking and our attitudinal behavior in line with the Batupili principles. The NSG will be transformed to provide high-level in-house customized capacity development and training within the public sector, which meets our ideals for reviving our Batupili strategies going forward. The complaints about the deficiencies and defects of government must inspire us to develop new ideas and practical innovations collaboratively with the Center for Public Service Innovation on how we must work to improve service delivery. Having institutionalized unannounced visits to frontline service delivery points during public service months, we have started yielding turnaround results. Selected hospitals, home affairs offices, police stations have demonstrated improved service delivery when implementing the system and process changes, but there is still a lot we should be doing. As part of our commitment in rewarding professionalism and service excellence, as well as improving the morale of deserving public servants, we have institutionalized the annual Batupili Excellence Awards ceremony by hosting the second ceremony in 2014. Public honorable members, in August 2013, we launched the first ever service charter, which was signed by the employer and the public service trade unions represented in the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, the PSCBC. The charter represents a social contract, a commitment between the state and the public servants to improve performance and enhance the delivery of services to our people. Last year, we went around provinces enlightening frontline public servants about the charter and getting their commitment to it. We would like to urge organized labor to continue working with us in the implementation of the charter, and we invite the public, including all of you, honorable members, to help us monitor the charter and report any incidents of non-compliance of both the charter and the Batupili principles. As the public service, we need to start doing more with less, as taxpayers want to see efficiency and effectiveness in expenditure. We are cognizant that productivity in the public sector is just as important to the economic performance of South Africa. In this financial year, we will address gaps in efficiency and effectiveness measures through improving our performance management instruments. To ensure that targeted outputs and outcomes are achieved and that government receives value for money, we will strengthen the HOD evaluation system as well as the SMS performance management system. The performance management and appraisal of systems for all other levels and categories of employees will also be an area of focus. In line with the value for money principle, we have to justify the number of employees recruited to the SMS senior management level and all other levels as well. We're currently reviewing the post-provisioning norms in order to ensure optimal utilization of employees and personnel expenditure. We are reviewing norms for supervisor to employee ratios and ideal span of management control so that we can empirically justify the public service size relative to the population to be served residing within a particular geographic area. This exercise will help to confirm or dispel the perception that ours is a bloated service. It will also ensure that our human resources are deployed equitably according to the needs of our people in various geographic areas. Chairperson and honorable members, the macro organization of the state is an ongoing process, and during 2014, following the announcement of the new cabinet, the DPSA implemented the second National Macro Organization of the State project to effect the transfer of functions, renaming, and creation of new departments. To manage the administration to political interface in terms of the NDP, Cabinet approved a delegations framework as well as a directive which clarifies the level of executive authorities' involvement in human resources management matters. Human resources matters, including appointments. What this framework introduces is an easier and user-friendly manner for ministers and MECs to delegate certain powers to HODs in order to ensure speedy and timely decision-making. For example, in our monitoring of vacancy rates in the public service, it has come to our attention that some of the delays in the filling of these posts can be attributed to a lack of such delegations, as many of the appointments have to wait for the decision of the minister or the MEC. Our target is for the vacancy rate to be 10% or less. Overall, the public service is not performing badly, as our report for the period ending 2015 March suggests that the vacancy rate is just over 11%. However, a breakdown of this overall average shows that there are still provinces and departments whose vacancy rates are much higher, and our delegations framework will go a long way in assisting departments to address these backlogs. The NSG, as part of the Management Development Institute's network in Africa, MDI, participates in initiatives championed under the African Union's Conference for Ministers for Public Service in Africa. CPSI, since 2008, that is the Center for Public Service Innovation, it has been coordinating the All Africa Public Service Innovations awards. The Conference of African Ministers of Public Service has further requested that we continue playing this crucial role. As part of our ongoing international community, through the CPSI, we continue to manage the United Nations Public Administration Network by uploading articles from the SADC region, as well as managing this portal. We also contribute to assist post-conflict countries to stabilize their services and enhance their administrations. Our involvement in both the multilateral structures of the United Nations as well as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has seen us accenting to instruments which measure transparency in an effort to combat bribery and corruption. Honorable House Chairperson, the country has, through the Open Government Partnership, assumed increasing responsibility and leadership in the global battle for openness, transparency, and good governance. South Africa was elected to the position of co-chair of the Open Government Partnership Steering Committee from 2014 October, with Mexico as the lead chair. South Africa will assume the role of lead chair of the OGP in October this year, supported by France as the co-chair. Therefore, honorable members, given the primacy of strengthening good governance locally, and in 2015 and beyond, our focus will be on creating and strengthening mechanisms for ongoing civil society and government interaction. The Africa Peer Review Mechanism is our demonstration to the world that in our continent, leaders and citizens are committed to the highest levels of accountability. We wish to report to this House that we continue to effectively play our role as host to the Africa Peer Review Mechanism Secretariat. We are working collaboratively with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation as we prepare to host the 2015 Africa Union Summit. On the government employee medical scheme, this is linked to our endeavor to have a healthy, productive workforce. GEMS remains central to assisting the public service in fully addressing employee needs. However, numerous innovative support programs from GEMS provide the necessary support to departments in trying to combat work environment related illnesses. GEMS has a zero tolerance stance towards fraud, and a fraud policy and prevention plan is in place, and all incidents reported in 2014 were investigated. The implementation of appropriate prevention and detective controls is continuously assessed and amended. All confirmed fraud cases were investigated further and managed in accordance with the scheme's fraud policy and approved sanctions. Our objective overall remains achieving excellence in governance capacity, and we shall collectively succeed. In conclusion, as the public service, we will, as we do every year, partake in the Africa Public Service Day in June 2015 under the theme, The Role of the Public Service in Women Empowerment, Innovation, and Accessible Service Delivery. Honorable members, in this year, 2015, the year of the Freedom Charter, President Zuma has committed that, I quote, as government, we will go back to basics to improve the lives of all South Africans, close quote. Exactly 60 years ago, in June 1955, in Kliptown, Johannesburg, the foresight and wisdom of ordinary South African citizens was consolidated in the foundation for our world-admired Constitution. We are reminded that this powerful policy lodestar, which was collectively conceived by our forebears so many years ago, promised us that all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country. The public service and administration portfolio is well positioned to ensure that government fulfills this promise. We therefore request that the House supports this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee of Cooperative Governance and International Affairs, Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, House Chair, the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the NCOP, special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, let me categorically state that as the Select Committee, we fully support Deputy Minister, the budget vote of DPSA. For the simple reason that the National Development Plan has said that the public service is central to us achieving our objective of improving our people's lives. We have to address and defeat the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. To do this, the public service needs to play both a transformative and developmental role. It is for this reason that the public service needs to reinvent itself to proactively assume this important responsibility. For us to succeed, Honorable House Chair, we require professional, effectively coordinated and well-managed state institutions with highly skilled public servants who are committed to serving our people. This will only be achieved if we work as a collective with inputs from all departments, unions, academic institutions, civil society, and the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council. Honorable House Chair, our critical revolutionary task as the Fifth Parliament is to drive the realization of the aspirations of the people of South Africa about their own public service, which will develop the capacity of the state to deal with the challenges in a way that recognizes their deprivation. Through this budget, dedicated resources will ensure that meaning is given to the objectives expressed in the resolutions of the 53rd National Conference of the ANC, where a call was made for a public service which directs its efforts towards building a developmental state with technical and strategically organizational capacity, among other attributes. Chair, building strategic and organizational capacity of government requires a developmental state that will focus on the integration, harmonization, and alignment of planning and implementation across all spheres of government. Honorable Chairperson, the implementation of performance management and development system of heads of department and other SMS members is not yet optimal. Challenges in this regard include the failure to enter into and sign performance agreements on time and the lack of performance assessment and feedback. Improved human resource capacity in department is critical for the effective implementation of the National Development Plan. It is therefore essential that human resource professionals are not only equipped to enforce rules and implement administrative processes, but also to advise senior management on all aspects of strategic human resource management and development. Deputy Minister, you would recall in our deliberations with the department as the Select Committee, one of the challenges that we have observed is the absence of clear and formalized delegations within department. This creates instability and makes it harder to establish clear lines of accountability. For this reason, the department should provide proper delegation guidelines that would ensure that junior managers have also the authority to make and implement decisions. Deputy Minister, the Auditor General in the department's audit report raised concerns and has identified key challenges and weaknesses with regard to the implementation of IT governance and IT security measures. Importantly, the National Development Plan also identified IT as an important tool for improving service delivery, as it can be used to make service more accessible, reduce the cost of accessing services, and strengthening accountability and responsiveness. It is good to know, Chairperson, that the department will implement a number of interventions towards the creation of an enabling environment for ICT to be used as a strategic resource and enabler for improved service delivery. It will also develop an e-government strategy that will deploy information and communication technology as a tool for effective service delivery. House Chair, corruption in the public service is an antithesis of development, and public perception and reported acts of corruption have had negative consequences for the levels of trust by the public on public servants. There has been concerns regarding the delayed response by department in combating and preventing corruption. It sometimes takes several months, Deputy Minister, for disciplinary processes to commence, during which time officials are suspended on full pay, often for several months, while waiting for charges to be brought against them. This impacts negatively on the performance of public service and on the morale of those public servants who are required to continue functioning diligently, despite the increased workload, since in such instances, these posts are not vacant and cannot be filled. We believe, Chair, as a Select Committee, that by increasing transparency and eradicating corruption, the department will optimize the use of scarce resources in achieving our developmental goals. Honorable House Chair, two zone service centers are regarded as strategic service centers, service delivery access points for the government of the Republic. These two zone service centers, which are formerly known as Multipurpose Community Centers Program of Government, was initiated in 1999 as a primary vehicle for connecting communities with government services. As a Select Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, we have noted that there are challenges facing the Tucson service centers in some areas, especially the rural areas, which needs collaboration between departments. Unfortunately, we're not there. Limited resources is one of their major problems, which inhibits their capacity to fulfill their mandate of integrating government services through providing information. Deputy Minister, the department should therefore ensure that resources are prioritized for Tucson service centers in those rural areas where there are challenges. Those will assist in minimizing the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. Chairperson, as you know, the Public Service Charter is a commitment signed by both the state and unions representing all civil servants to provide better and more efficient services to all South Africans. The core of this commitment is to provide citizens with better services whilst respecting them as human beings. At the end, it's about establishing a caring relationship built on trust between civil servant and the citizens we work for. The Charter further commits, amongst other things, how government should act against issues of corruption and appropriate systems in fighting fraudulent administration. Furthermore, the transversal management policies which strives towards ensuring good governance and facilitating best human resource practices is an imperative and a tool of this program, Honorable Chair. It is expected of all civil servants to adhere to the principles and objectives as outlined in the Charter. However, of greater importance is to have knowledgeable public, a public that is fully aware of their rights and roles to report poor services. Deputy Minister, let's therefore use the Public Service Month, which is in September, to launch a campaign to educate all public servants about the significance of the Charter. This task can be coordinated by the department and all human resource units in the department throughout the country. The Public Service Month should also be viewed as an ideal opportunity to energetically promote the Service Charter amongst ordinary South Africans. Africa is writing its own history, and this is through, amongst other means, the African peer review mechanism. This peer review instrument has allowed the continent to objectively review our collective efforts in developing our continent and improving the lives of our people. South Africa submitted its third APRM progress report to the APR Forum in January 2014. In response to the President Zuma's presentation to the report, the APRM lead panelist for South Africa, His Excellency Professor Amos Sawyer, hailed the country for the remarkable progress it has made in the past 20 years in ensuring that our democracy consolidates public participation and that we double our efforts in fighting corruption, improve infrastructure, protect consumers, and spearheading the rollout of antiretroviral treatment and preventing the spread of HIV, AIDS, and other infectious diseases such as TB, Siyakoba, Deputy Minister. Judging from some of the challenges facing the APRM mechanism, it's clear that the success of APRM and its continuous relevance to improve the lives of the people of Africa remains our collective responsibility. It's the responsibility of government, civil society, and indeed sectors such as the media. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the budget vote presented here today is geared towards ensuring that the government is committed to improving the capacity of the public service through integrated service delivery and better coordination across all spheres. As the Select Committee, we call for the finalization and implementation of the Government Employees Housing Scheme. This should be expedited in order to improve the lives and living conditions of the public servant. The sum of all our actions during this financial year should be that of transforming the public service and contribute to the tangible benefits of the faster growth, better public services, less corruption, and less poverty. Hence, the Select Committee support the budget vote on the funded vacancies to be filled within the prescribed period. We support, Deputy Minister, the budget vote on the 2% target of people with disabilities to be achieved. We support the budget vote on the improvement on the delegation of powers in the public service. We further support the budget vote on the strengthening of systems relating to procurement and contract management in the public service. We support the budget vote in inculcation of the Batho-Pele principles. We support the budget vote on building capacity in government departments. We support the budget vote, Honorable Deputy Minister and House Chair, as a principled one, which gives expression to the historic constitutional aspirations which are made in Section 195.
Honorable Tabuska Khan.
Chair, on a point of order, Rule
To 110, I want to know if the chairperson saying we support, is he talking about the committee or is he talking about the ANC members of the committee? Because according to that rule, any member standing in the select committee can withhold whether they support or not. So he must report on what is happening in the committee, and if he say we support, he must clearly specify who is supporting what. Thank you.
Honorable Lawskakhan, Honorable Lawskakhan, that is not a point of order. It's a point for debate. Your members will have an opportunity to raise their views, the debate. It's an issue for debate. Honorable Mohab.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, the danger of reading the laws in isolation is always resulting into this. Because in most instances, as and when you get a briefing, you'll always find a stage.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, it is important that we understand that there mustn't be a misrepresentation of the committee. The Chairperson speaks on behalf of the committee. There's different members of a committee, and different members have got different opinions. There's a right to a minority report as well, if a decision was made. The matter of the fact is, the Chairperson speaks on behalf of the committee. And if the Chairperson says the committee supports that, does he have the backing of the committee? Because that is the question. It is misleading. It is very misleading.
No, order. I'm listening very attentively. I thought you were going to refer us to a particular rule that is addressing exactly what you are raising. But we are raising something that is subject for debate. All members of the committee will be having an opportunity to engage in the debate. Honorable Van Lingen. I'll give you the man. Honorable Van Lingen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I refer you to the rule book, page 77, Rule 211, which refers to Section 75 bills, and this is a Section 77 bill, and in terms of the Constitution, in this regard, a Section 77 bill is treated exactly like a Section 75 bill, and that member must not speak on behalf of the party. He can only speak on behalf of a committee, and we had it in the whippery this morning. He is transgressing the rule.
Honorable Zimand.
Yeah, Chair, I'm raising on a point of order, Chair, but I don't have the rule book with me, but I know that in the section in the rule book that talks about the functions and powers of the chairpersons, chairpersons are given sole powers to direct the committee's work and activities, and therefore therefore the chairperson is representing the budget. He's responding on the budget policy debate, and it's within the ambits of that power and powers and functions that are given to the chairperson.
Honorable members, take your seat. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable Van Lingen, take your seat. Honorable members, I'm even surprised why we're making this thing an issue. You had the opportunity to engage the department as a committee. And now, let us not convert the plenary of a National Council of Provinces to be the select committee. And the chairperson, when debating, is presenting the view of the majority. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And, hello?
Chair, on a point of order.
Can you allow me to finish? Can you allow me to finish?
Chair, I have to raise the point of order before you make the final ruling. If you make the ruling,
Okay,
you won't give
make
me
your point of
chance.
order.
Okay. Chair, on a point of order. This morning in the discussion in the Whippery, there was a decision made, and unfortunately, you as chairperson were not there, where it was stated that the chairpersons of committees have to reflect on the committee, not on a party political point or a majority point. Now, the rule in this book says, read your rules, 211.
Which rule?
Rule 211, 1 on page 70 says that Honourable Van Lingen referred to says that first of all, the committee to which a bill is referred must table, and this bill is the 77 bill, must table in the council the report. The report's not tabled. The bill has been agreed on by it, or if it has not agreed on the bill has referred to it, and the supporting memorandum which has introduced with this bill. And then you go back to 208 that says that when the bill has been tabled in the council and is not scheduled and goes on like that, which means, and then we can go back to the first of the book. I can read this whole book for you now if you want to. That the chairperson, as Honourable, what is Louis? No. The Honourable member referred to, sorry, I forgot his surname now. Nsimandi, Honourable Nsimandi referred to, says, and there it is. Thank you, Chair. And then you says the chairperson can speak, and he can speak according to the majority of the committee. Then he must say so specifically. Otherwise, Chair, we can raise another point, because the chairperson is speaking on an extra 10 minutes in this house. Let us not go into that, Chair, with all due respect, because this is the issue. If the chairpersons are speaking in this house on extra time, they have to present the point of the committee and not a party political point, which is the majority point. Thank you.
Let me get to the rule that you are reading, so that I conclude it once and for all. 211, as we are quoting it, D, subsection Roman figure 1, in its report, the committee must, if it is not an anonymous report, specify in which respect there was no consensus, and in addition to the minority report, express the view of any minority. That is why when I started clarifying it, that there is nothing wrong to specify the majority report, but you must also express the minority view. Can you conclude? Let's allow him to continue.
Chairperson, it's always unfortunate that we become more opportunistic, even if we are not part of the select committee. It's really unfortunate. Rules.
Honorable Mukhalakis.
Honourable Chairperson, on a point of order, it's funny that the Chairperson says one comments without being part of the select committee. I am on that select committee. And my point of order is this, that the department did give its presentation to us, questions were asked, but a vote never took place. So in other words, the Honourable Chairperson does not have any mandate from the committee saying that we approve or disapprove if no vote was taken. Thank you.
Chairperson, I want to place it on record that there was a follow-up meeting where we reaffirmed, and record can also bear testimony to that, but nonetheless, I'm not going to consume time in terms of that. I wish to further confirm, Chair, that we support the budget vote on strengthening of systems relating to procurement and contract management in the public service. We support the budget vote on inculcation of the Batho-Pele principles. We support the budget vote on building capacity in government departments. Our support for this vote is principled one, which gives expression to the historic constitutional aspirations which are made in terms of Section 195, subsection 1 of the Constitution, where the public service is characterized as one which would promote and maintain high standard of professional ethics and being accountable to the public. We therefore, Chairperson, fully support the budget vote as presented by the Deputy Minister. I thank you.
Lilunga lelihloniphekile lalendlu umhlonishwa Julius.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm asking for you to look into the matter, whether the Honorable Chairperson is in fact presenting exactly what happened within that committee to this House, and come back at a later stage and give a report on whether that was the exact report, whether there was a misrepresentation of that committee, because then it's misleading this House.
Honorable Smith, I've already ruled on the matter. Lilunga lelihloniphekile Julius.
Yalibucha, Chair. Deputy Minister, Honorable Dlodlo, and honorable members, thank you. First, allow me to join all in extending my condolences in the passing away of Minister Collins Shabane to his colleagues and family. May his soul rest in peace. Just to start with our beloved chairperson, Honorable, you know, it's funny how we can fight whether something went through the committee or not. I've never seen the committee in our select committees. They came once. The first time at the start of the fifth parliament. They came back last week. In between, they're not coming. So they're only coming when we need them. And that is why one of the ministers last time in the NA said that, who are you? We don't know you. It's because they don't come here. Chairperson, the Public Service and Administration Department has no or little regard for the constitutional importance of the NCOP. We are now marking 12 months into the fifth parliament. Sadly, this department visited the select committee twice since then. I already elaborated on that. If this trend will be followed, I can predict a bleak future for working relations between the NCOP and this department. Honorable Chairperson, the bloated public sector wage bill of 430 billion per year must be reduced. The DA proposed the public sector wage bill be reduced by 4.3 billion rand. Borrowed substantially more money to pay public service employees will negatively affect future growth in our country. There are serious questions to be raised about the verification systems that are used upon employment of our civil servants. We urgently need to review our human resource model used to hire civil servants in South Africa. The 640 civil servants that misrepresented their qualifications are sending a wrong message to our youth that are intending to enter the public service as a career choice. This is precisely what the department envisages to do, to attract youth to the public service. What will encourage our youth to obtain a matric or a degree qualification if we protect civil servants that misrepresent their qualifications? No matric,
top positions. How can we allow that? The substantial delays in finalizing the prescribed pre-employment verification by SACA should be investigated, Minister. This is causing a major increase in the vacancy rate of this department. The Auditor General actually raised concerns last year about the high vacancy rate in the public sector. Chairperson, service delivery is seriously compromised by unfilled posts in the public sector. The cases where people serve in management positions in an acting capacity are very worrying and should be seriously addressed. We might as well call this department the Hollywood department and change Batu Pili awards to the Oscars. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Minister of the Department, Honorable Dlodlo, you acknowledged in the budget vote speech to the National Assembly on the 14th of May 2015 that little progress was made in resolving the location of the CDW program and that this makes it difficult to derive the true value of the programs as was envisaged in its inception. This is a serious problem. If we cannot derive the true value of a program, how else will we establish the effectiveness of it? We cannot work without a clear goal in mind. When people are employed without direction, how will we assess the effectiveness of this CDW program? Chairperson, the new law that prohibits government employees from doing business with government is welcomed. However, this practice is deeply entrenched in all spheres of government. Action is what must follow this piece of legislation. Just to prove a point, Chair, I can make an example of the city of Johannesburg, our economic hub. The Auditor General reported in 2011-12 financial year that nearly 100 million worth of contracts were awarded to its employees and civil servants employed by them and other state departments. And according to this report, even Sports Minister Fikile Mbalula, his name was on the list of civil servants who hold directorship in companies awarded contracts by the city of Johannesburg. It is there. It is here in Parliament. It's deeply entrenched. How will we get it right? How will we get rid of this problem? How will this department ensure that this legislation of prohibiting government, I fail to see how you can defend the defenseless. I'll check yours. How many companies of government employees doing business with government have been blacklisted? How many of these companies do still have running contracts that have not been cancelled? Deputy Minister, legislation will remain legislation unless we enforce it. If this practice is happening in a city, what about a province? What about national departments? A concerted effort is what is needed from this department to avoid this from happening in all spheres of government. The slow response by departments to disseminate findings of the citizens' report card should be prioritized as a matter of urgency. This truancy is silencing the voice of our people. It's also against the Batu Pili principles. Furthermore, the delay in submission of service delivery improvement plans by national and provincial departments cannot be tolerated. I call on the Minister to act decisively in getting these improvement plans. How else will we improve services to our people without these plans? Resolution 1 of 2003 of the Disciplinary Code and Procedure in the Public Service provides for, among others, that the suspension period is 60 days within which a disciplinary hearing should be held. How many departments are adhering to this prescript? The cost incurred by the state due to non-compliance by government departments is huge and of great concern. Acting allowance is becoming a norm in our public service. The longer we take to resolve disciplinary cases involving precautionary suspensions, the more we spend on acting allowance. It can take up to 243 days to resolve cases in national departments and 240 days to resolve cases in provinces. What is the amount lost due to the fact that we are paying
acting allowances, almost 50 million rand. The fact that the department has established an internal pool of experts to assist with the finalization of cases of employees
Honorable
placed on
Julius.
precautionary suspension will
Honorable
help.
Julius.
Can I round up?
Time has expired.
Chairperson, I thus call on the President to please appoint a permanent minister to get this department back on track. I thank you.
Ilunga lelihloniphekile, Hlonishwa Khawula.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, it is important that government negotiates issues pertaining to the conditions of service and salaries with the public service unions on time. The citizens of our country need not be subjected to unnecessary prolonged tensions between government and unions because of inadequate planning. The IFP agrees with the Honorable Deputy Minister that we need integrity in our civil service, we need to do away with maladministration, we need to instill the spirit of servanthood, passion and love for one's duty and service. If these do not happen, South Africa will keep on losing a good number of the most required skills and expertise to the global market. Of late, the country has experienced a sizable exodus of the country's public service through resignations. This was due to the fear of our civil servants in respect of the loss of a portion of their pension savings to government. This myth was not properly explained and properly communicated to our civil servants. The instability we are partially experiencing right now in some parts of our country on health, education, and SAPS is partly due to this exodus. The practice of the ruling party of getting into bed with some unions in the form of the tripartite alliance is cause for concern. Sometimes government is held to ransom by unions on the basis of this marriage of convenience. The unions scratch your back in the form of campaigns and funding. Later, government's operations get sacrificed when the payback time comes. Things are falling apart in some parts of our civil service because some promises made can never be fulfilled. The Inkatha Freedom Party commends all those dedicated men and women who get into the civil service and do the best they can to serve their country. We accept that there are hundreds of thousands of government employees who really earn their salaries. In the same vein, we condemn those civil servants who fail to earn their pay, who paint the good ones with a red brush because of their non-performance attitude and behavior. In almost all the instances where national government has had to intervene in provincial departments and where provincial government has had to intervene in municipalities, it has not been due to collapse or near collapse caused by lack of resources, but it has been due to egotism, self-centeredness, greed, and unpatriotic behavior. Lack of skill caused by jobs for piles syndrome is another major contributor to poor performance in the public service. E-government is a good step forward, but if this does not have a backup plan on non-operational occasions, it causes frustration, waste of time and money to clients. This has happened especially in rural areas where, because this e-system is not operational, people attend back home. Like the Honorable Chair of the committee was saying, long periods of suspension with pay are an unnecessary cost to government. Whilst government cannot just terminate salaries whilst disciplinary measures are still continuing, it is important that disciplinary measures need not take ages to complete. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Manopule.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start greeting the Acting Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Dlodlo, members of the NCOP, special delegates, guests in the gallery, gentlemen. Chair, I just want to find out from Honorable Julius if he's a public servant. Because of, as he was speaking, standing here, he said Honorable Minister Balula is a public servant. So I just want to make it clear that we are not defending the corruption issue. We are defending, wanted to correct you and assist you that Minister is not a public servant. So that information also is it questions the credibility of your source. Of your source, then it says how can we trust your source, and then how is the true reflection of that information. Modula Stulo Otlotlagang Eric Zetsule ke leboge mokgatlo o mogolo mo Africa o leng African National Congress ile ya mpha tsholo e ya gore ke tlo go atlhatlha ngangisano ya puo ya vote ya budget ya Department of Public Service and Administration. I would like to start and say, by the end of this week, we will be celebrating Africa Day. This debate takes precedent. It precedes the celebration of the Africa Day, which will take place against the backdrop of xenophobic, Afrophobic riots against foreign nationals. Amka Cabral, when he addressed the first Tricontinental Conference, people of Asia, Africa, Latin America, in Havana, he said, I open quote, when African people say in their simple language that no matter how hot the water from the well, it will not cook your rice, they express with singular simplicity a fundamental principle, not only physics, but political science. We know that the development of phenomenon in the movement, whatever external appearance, depends mainly on its internal characteristics, close quote. As we engage in internal assessment checks and balances amongst ourselves in the continent, with all programs we are embarking upon, I want to believe that all these programs and structures resonate with what Amno Cabral said in that day. South Africa participates in Africa peer review mechanism, where it submits progress report. The main aim is concerted effort in the continent to develop and improve lives of our people, where public servants are change agent of this cause. The Batupili principle is the key in ensuring that public service plays the role in that it should. Public service plays the role that it should to understand the relationship between the people and the public. The people are also the constituency of the government, and
Honorable
therefore the
Manopole.
public.
Honorable Pambos Pugwan.
I just wanted to know through you, Chair, if I could ask a question to the Honorable Member.
Okay. Honorable Monopoly, are you ready to take a question?
No, Chair.
No, she's not ready. You can take your seat.
I really wanted to know
No,
if she's
oh, no.
related to me.
No.
I wanted to know if she's related to Minister Zulu, Lindiwe Zulu. Are they related now?
The people are also constituency of the government, and therefore the public servants of the national democratic state must be defenders of the poor, fighters against corruption, and the key force for transformation. To enhance and ensure efforts to improve and deliver quality service to our people bear fruits. We congratulate the department for implementing National Batupili Excellence Awards as an incentive to recognize and reward the hard working public servants who strive for excellence in execution of their duties. Batupili represent quality, mutual respect, dignity, promotion of basic human rights after so many decades of struggles and of sacrifice. Therefore, the public servants, as they strive for the excellency, they should put their back on their mind. They should put that in the back of their mind, that never to compromise that. As we build the developmental state, as the ANC, we are looking forward to the implementation plan of PAM. PAM means Public Administration Management Act by the DPSA, which will be presented to the select committee later in the financial year. I hope Honorable Julius and Mukulu will be present when this plan will be presented, so that they must not come here and dispute the program and want to question, which is aligned to the NDP action plan that use placement and secondment to enable staff to develop experience of the working in order. Develop experience of working in other spheres of government, because we believe in unitary states, which will improve relationship between national, provincial, and local government. This enshrines the intergovernmental and cooperative governance, as it will be implemented in phases, which will be included with the process of consultation. I believe that the department will prioritize the local government, given the challenges that it faces, especially the rural areas where there is a shortfall of skills, which hampers the service delivery to our people of the poorest. The ANC ready to govern documents that recognize the fact that we develop the transformation policies, that the problems that is ahead of us are not going to be resolved overnight, and they are not easy or quick gains, because of the problems that runs deep and resources are limited. We are still on the course of correct injustice of the past, as the objective of the NDP to recognize that. We have recognized that the injustice of the past and the challenges runs deep. The department are still struggling also to be able to address the transformation. To drive transformation of the state, we need a developmental state that has capacity, technical, organizational capacity to mobilize society. The state that is people-centered, people-driven. The attributes of the developmental state defines the common national agenda. A state should have effective system that interaction with all social partners whilst driving the transformation. We should remember that works we should remember our words of the former statesman, Utata Nelson Mandela, when he said, a good head, a good heart are formidable. So with those words, when we remember, we also remind our public servants that when they implement Batupili principle, they must also always remember that good head, good heart are formidable combinations. They go together. So they must do that with passion and be able to know that they are patriotic to our own government. The minister making call, when the minister is making call the minister has made the call and also made a commitment, and over about that, recognize that public management system of the SMS has given some challenges and also needs some to enhance the service delivery, that it hampers. She will also be able to address that. Tuition centers are fundamental in the service delivery, which coordinate government service to our people, that symbolize our caring government. Because of the priorities that speaks to the Mangaung and Manifesto and the NDP, is persuaded and is the radical transformation in the year of the Freedom Charter and the Unity in Action to advance economic freedom. As the ANC, we support in this budget vote presented by the Honourable Minister
Your
in
time
order
has
to move South
expired.
Africa forward.
Honorable Mkhosi.
You want to speak before induction?
Botlhale ba ka ke botlhale ba tsalo. Ke a leboga modulasetilo. Ke dumedise le Afrika Borwa ka bophara. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the Public Service and Public Administration 2015-2016 budget vote because we cannot support a budget to enrich DGs, DDGs and directors who already get paid extremely high salaries for sitting in cozy, air-conditioned offices all day and who are blatantly refusing together with the minister to meet the public servants' demand of mere 10% wage increase. As the EFF,
Sorry, Honorable Mr. Shopping.
Honorable Chair, I'm just wondering, since this morning, when we started with the first debate, that every time you reject the budget, but have you read the budget? Do you know the total amount of the money that you are rejecting? Maybe if she can answer that question, what is the total amount?
No.
Just the total amount.
Honorable Mr. Shopping. Honorable members, no. Honorable Mokweli, take your seat. Honorable members, it's a convention that if somebody is making a maiden speech, it's advisable, and even the person making a maiden speech must not raise controversial things. Honorable Mokweli.
Recognize me,
Yeah,
Chair.
I'm recognizing you.
Have you recognized me? On a point of order, Chair, I get threatened, Chair. Kitsalak. Tsala, Chairperson. Honorable member on my side does not have a mandate from Northwest Province to ask the honorable member a question, so he must refrain from that.
Honorable Mokweli, no. Honorable members, let us not be frivolous and abuse the opportunity of point of order as if we are raising on a point of order. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, the convention is that a new member should not be controversial if the new member does not want to be heckled. But this member has chosen to be controversial, so she must take the punishment like we all do. If you're a toffee, you're a toffee.
I've already dealt with that. You are correct, Honorable Van Lingen. That's the convention. We are reflecting it very correct. That's what I was saying, that for a maiden speech, not to be heckled, avoid things that will be controversial because you will get yourself into trouble. So, Honorable Mkhosi, continue.
As the EFF, we refuse to abandon the workers' struggle and the state that if it was sustainable for politicians to be given a 5% wage hike despite the Remuneration Commission's recommendations not to do so, then a 10% wage increase for public servants is very much sustainable. We are even tempted to think that speaking about percentages confuses the minister. Public servants must take the baton from the Marikana miners and demand their wage increase in figures. Minister, please note that a 10% wage increase for someone who earns less than 10,000 a month will never equate the 10% wage increase of someone like you who earns more than what that person earns in 1 year, in a month, including benefits. The wage gap within public servants must be reduced to ensure the gap between the lowest paid and highest paid worker is narrowed. This department claims to have a shortage skills, yet demands 5 years of experience for entry-level jobs. Where are job seekers who have just graduated to get such experience? You must first employ them so that they can get experience. How are we to do away with the over-reliance on consultants when government has all this red tape that prevents qualified young men and women from entering the job market. As the EFF, we also strongly reprimand GEM's use of percentages across the board to increase its already unreasonable fees. As a result, most South African public servants live without medical aid as they cannot afford it. Central to public administration, Minister, should be the thorough implementation of government policies and the provision for public services to South Africans, not milking ministerial handbooks, corruption, nepotism, and refusal to account for anything. The president of this country repaid his loyalists by establishing multiple departments and creating more government entities, of all which have not improved public service in this country. The budget allocation to Batupili must be reviewed as Batupili. It's not an independent entity, but part of the Public Service Charter. How is this department to function when the ministry does not understand the purpose of its own charter? The enforcement of the Public Service Charter must be prioritized. Otherwise, Batupili will always be Bogodupili, Batukumora. The implementation of the PSCBC resolutions of 2012 has never been monitored. As a result, we will still have the same issues we had before they were adopted. For example, teachers in the Eastern Cape still do not have toilets. Nurses in Kailicha took to the streets about 2 weeks ago, and police officers are often off sick because of the unhygienic conditions they have to work under. We have also observed that some of the budget allocations were merely a copy and paste from the previous budget, and DGs could not account for previous budget allocations. The appalling conditions of some of the tuition centers are heartbreaking. There are tuition centers where multiple social workers are crammed in tiny offices with no proper filing system in place, and if one had a client, the rest would have to vacate the room. Who actually benefits from these tuition centers? How are such centers serving our people, and why aren't the responsible ministers and MECs followed up on these entities involved? The National School of Governments has been in a floundering state ever since its conception. All it does is create work opportunities for ANC members, and if there are no plans to open an actual school of governance, it should be closed. Appointment in this department of the entire public sector are politically motivated deployments and end up destabilizing functioning departments. The over-reliance on consultants, which charge expensive fees when we should be employing people with necessary skills and qualifications, should stop. The Portfolio Committee turned the first draft on the incapacity leave and the health retirement policy because the consultant the DPSA had hired was not aware of all dynamics that influenced the policy and ended up producing a document that was not even worth paper. It was. Because of this, today we sit without the incapacity leave and health retirement policy, and department is being dragged to court and by consultant instead. Public service and administration in South Africa is primarily about looting state resources and abusing our people. That is why we reject the public service and public administration. Thank you.
Honorable Wana.
We must hear what Oliver Tambo is saying. The Marxist Plenary. Yeah, let's hear what Marx is saying.
Order, members.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Let me greet the following dignitaries: Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Acting Chief Whip, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Administration and your entourage, permanent delegates of the NCOP, distinguished guests and members of the media. It's unfortunate that, Chairperson, when you are here, you need to make things right because the public is listening every now and then about our deliberations. And I'm very happy because you see, abantu abalapha abanamdla wenu. Banomdla ngoba i-ANC has fought a good fight. As a result, they are having salaries at the end of the month. So it's their priority ke njengoba i-behavior niyibona, because kukasezilalini uhluthi nje uyabagezela abantu uthwe ezilalini uthi wawuhlutha ubagezele abantu. That is indlela ke esidomene nayo apha, because abanye zange bayazi ba bangalapha, because i-democracy ye-ANC nale ithi it's the democracy of the African National Congress that we voted on April 27, that even the person doesn't deliberate in that committee can come here and confuse our masses. Mandicela uxolo lonto bantu bakuthi, because bonke abantu bangena apha abahlali unixoxela uba yintoni emayenziwe ukulungisa ilizwe lenu, to make a better future for nina. Namhlanje ke xa silapha ngenxa yoba i-ANC is a caring organization, we allow every Jack and Jill to come and put face in the screen. So asizelanga loo nto apha. We are here for the future of the South Africans who have been oppressed for many years.
Honorable Wana, Honorable Okwele.
On a point of order, o ka re go na le tendency ya gore re tlo change-wa maina mo ntlong, and ke kopa gore chairperson, I think I'm doing this plea for the 5th time now, that we must not be called by names that are not in our ID books.
Honorable members.
What's wrong with you? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the chairperson.
Honorable members.
You are not the chair, your time will come to be there. Please,
Sorry, Honorable Okwele.
refrain from that. The next thing you'll say we are anarchists.
Sorry, Honorable Okwele.
Please.
Honorable members.
Please, refrain. We are here to stay, Chair, and we'll stay for the next 5 years.
Honorable Okwele,
Please.
sorry.
We
Honorable
must be
members.
respected like honorable members. We are voted by people. We are not voted by these members here. We are voted by the masses outside. I will point you because you are not respecting yourselves. I will not respect you because you are not respecting yourself. I will continuously point you. I will
Honorable
point
Okwele.
you
Honorable
because you are
Okwele.
not respecting yourselves.
Honorable Okwele.
Please. You are not the chairperson.
Honorable Okwele. Let me address 2 issues. The first one, in terms of Rule 33, let me read Rule 33 first, to see whether I'm hiding behind the rules. Rule 33, it's saying no member may interrupt another member who's addressing the chair, except to call attention to a point of order or question of privilege. So I was protecting you. How is that insulting you? Can you stand up and withdraw? Because I was addressing members that were interrupting you, and you decided to stand up and say, I'm hiding behind the rule. Can you withdraw that?
Chair.
Can you withdraw that?
I
have read Rule 33.
Highly prepared to withdraw, they will start to talk. And I'm referring to them, not to you. To you, I will withdraw. But I still maintain the consistency of this house. I'm not going to withdraw my words in terms of consistency. Please be consistent. These members of ANC, they are used to insulting us.
Let me
Please.
address you again. Probably for the
I
last
withdraw.
time. Okay. I wanted to deal with the conditions. Honorable members, we're not going to allow this house to degenerate to be something else. Let's allow Honorable Wana to continue. Continue, Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Secondly, bantu bakuthi ndifuna ke silungise izinto kakuhle ngoba silapha.
Honorable Wana, Honorable Mpombo Pugwan.
Ntate Chairperson, modula stood. Ne ku ohlonphang. Ne ke kopa hore Honorable One detract from her statement of calling us bo Jack and Jill. And uska opeyeletsa I said leave. Ne ke kopa hore a detract ntate. The same precedent that has been said before. It's the same thing. We can't be called names here. We are honorable members and we're representing our voters here.
Honorable Wana.
Thanks, Chairperson. I will
withdraw that.
Yes, I want to carry on with my speech. Chairperson, ndifuna ulungisa le ndawo apha. Kukhona ingxaki apha sidla ngodibanisa indwendwe nevisitors singazohluli mhlawumbe. Apha upresident wethu wenza commission yaseMarikana. But apha sithi ngosi debate esinye isifear segovernment siye pha abantu bakuthi kaloku lanto ayo yabantu abancinci engathi bayeqonda kakhulu. Apha kukho izinto ekufuneka zijongi uba akukho kwantelezi okuqala uyigabisele ebantwini before uyoxoxa imivuzo awuqeshi nani. Ngenxa yedemocracy ANC zange kuthiwe njengoba imibutho yabasebenzi ivumelekile iregister zange kuthiwe usebephinde kuqeshwe neqhele elingunzaba kwakule nto inye. So iyodwa ke into industrial participation ne public participation kwazona njena ebetho ongenaqhala kukho into ekuthiwa zi-industrial unions you deal with ezinye izinto kukho into ekuthiwa zi-public sector unions. It's where we are standing sidila ngaloo nto. Ndifuna ke bantu bakuthi njengoba nimane niyawuvota nivota nibavotela abantu abanikhuselayo ningazuvotela abantu abangafuni nitye.
Chairperson, the honourable member is misleading the House. She's trying to infer that the President is dealing with Marikana and he's not. The Parliament report is lying on his desk and he dodged questions last week in the House.
That is not a point of order. That is not a point of order.
Comrade, let me speak this thing in English. Mrs. Fallingham, will you please apply your listening skills, please? I'm saying here we must have a differentiation of issues. We are dealing with public sector unions when we are dealing with Department of Public Service Administration. I'm taking that. I'm not saying anything about whatever you are saying because you always want to make a confusion. Just because every now and then you thought you can win the people of South Africa. They knew your history as DA.
Honorable Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, I've been observing something that is not consistent. The Honorable Member is having a direct conversation with the other member while it's not going through you. That's the one thing. The second thing is when there's a point of order, the Honorable Member do not sit down like that was expected from the EFF member.
I sustain your point of order. Honorable Wana, you can't direct Honorable Member. Direct. You have to do it through the chairperson. Okay. I sustain your point of order. Continue, Honorable Wana.
Chairperson, thank you. Let me congratulate the people of this country for taking a resolution of adopting a Freedom Charter in 1956. Because today we are implementing that Freedom Charter, irrespective of the year, because all of us. The leading organization called African National Congress is a caring government. As a result of caring government, this department has made a framework of a policy called Bantu Pile, People First.
Honorable Wana, can you take your seat? Take your seat. Honorable Van Lingen.
I just want to ask you, do we have a counter government here? Because South Africa is a country governed by the Constitution, and Chapter 2 has got all the human rights in, and we are not living by the Freedom Charter. South Africa is governed by the Constitution, which is supreme.
Honorable Van Lingen, I'm saying it probably for the last time with utmost respect. One is not a point of order, and you are raising an issue for a debate, and if you were to ask a member a question, you must first ascertain whether the member is ready to take your question, and I have to do that on your behalf, and the member must confirm whether he's ready to take your question. Honorable Van Lingen, Honorable Wana, continue.
Just don't mix me. I know I will never be honorable. You are just destroying my image. The South African Public Service, that department, I want to congratulate it because in this short space of time, they've managed to put South Africa on the map, because that department has managed to warn some hours in the SADC region. So I congratulate them. Secondly, as our chairperson was outlining that department, I am very pleased about the development that their vacancies almost they've filled, although they identified that this year have got 11% and they are promising to fill all those posts. But what I can say to them, they must try, because our manifesto as a ruling party, we are prioritizing that this government led by the ANC must create jobs. So all other departments, they must monitor and assist them to fill all those posts. For that, Chairperson, I say, as the African National Congress, we support and we say, Aluta continua. Thank you.
Thank you. Ilunga lelihloniphekile lalendlu wemkhandlu wetifundza, Mhlonipheki Masango.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Dlozo, members of the National Council of Provinces, good evening. Just having listened here and to confirm my point, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, that the absence of this department in the NCOP is quite a concern. That I have been given a reason to confirm by the very chairperson of the committee who confused his role as a servant of the people of South Africa through this committee, and an ANC member who is using the time here at the NCOP to further his political agendas. So when I just thought that was quite interesting, then Honorable Wana comes through and she greets the media or the public through the media, and then she starts off saying nothing about the budget vote, which I then thought, what should the person sitting at home be listening to if you're not talking about what you are here for? So, Chairperson, I'm just illustrating from my observation the importance of making sure that when we are here for a subject, we stick to it. But let's go back to the budget vote. Honorable Minister, public service and administration is at the center of government service provision, as we all know, and it has been said throughout this budget vote. I am sure that the Deputy Minister would agree that if we neglect our duties, we are actually holding back improvements in rendering quality service to the citizens of this republic. So to reiterate what my colleagues have said earlier on today and what my National Assembly colleagues have also been saying, the public service wage bill should be reduced. These resources can be channeled into the creation of economic opportunities in which small businesses and entrepreneurs can be given support to better their lives and our economy. So since government employees are no longer allowed to do business with government, more emphasis should be placed on disclosure of interests, especially business interests. The Public Service Commission found that 182 senior officials did not disclose their properties and belongings. And furthermore, only 38% and 59% disclosure forms were submitted by national and provincial departments, respectively. And this is alarming. That is the reason why it has to be confirmed, because it is alarming. How do we then plan to prohibit government employees from doing business with government if they do not disclose their interests in businesses? Which then means that this step that has been taken towards ensuring that this does not happen, we are not applying any means of ensuring that this comes to an end. So, Honorable Chairperson, there is a long list, just to add, in fact, and this is, as the last speech of the DA in this budget vote, it has to summarize what the colleagues have said earlier on. So I have a long list here, and I'm not going to finish, the list, but I'm going to try the list of issues that need immediate attention within this department. The time it takes to fill vacant posts, and some will say it is a repetition, and that is true. And the huge bill incurred because of the extended periods of precautionary suspensions and the subsequent periods of precautionary suspensions and the consequent acting allowances, the skills shortage in our public service, the huge wage bill, the lack of compliance with legislation by government departments in handling disciplinary processes, political interference in appointment of senior managers, cadre deployment, corruption in public service, and improper vetting. Now, as I said earlier on, I could just go on and on and on. So these matters need to be addressed urgently. Our people need quality service
Honorable
as
Masango, your
envisaged
time has
by the
expired.
Constitution of the Republic. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Tobejane.
Speak on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, House Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, members of the National Council of Provinces, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening. Chair, as we are debating Budget Vote 10, which its significant role is to build what we call transformative and developmental state that we wanted to achieve at the end of our, plan, as we would said, we have arrived where we wanted to. We are looking at the department correctly, of course, to guide the public servant, not only mechanically, if one were to say, but also to transform the soul of our people in terms of making sure that they are becoming the caring, public servant. They're worried about us, who they are providing us with the service, Deputy Minister. So as you are dealing with your 4 key touch points, you therefore need to include this, the humankind of, making sure that we transform and change the attitude of our public servants. They start to understand that they are there as the hope of the people of South Africa. We are, all of us, relying on the services that government will provide us in order to build a better society that we're intending to. the efficiency and the effectiveness of the public servant should become the core, fundamental of how do we build our institution in order to make sure that our people receive proper services that they need most. We are saying this, House Chairperson, taking into consideration that the majority of people who are relying on the public servants are the poor, are the vulnerable, are the people who expect, government to give them all what they would want to get. If we don't build a very effective public servant, we are now saying they've got nowhere to go. We do know that some of our people in this country, they've reached where they wanted to be. Hence, they don't care about public servant. So we wanted...
Honorable Member, sorry. I'm sorry to... Honorable Members, we have been subjected to serious workshop and training. It's totally not in order what you are doing, Honorable Mikalakis. You have been allocated a seat and you know where you are supposed to be seated. And we are busy with the budget vote of a department. I hope the whip will address that thing. Continue. Sorry, Honorable Tobejan, you can continue.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ga ke be ke sa hlalosa fa ke bontšha gore go ba bohlokwa gore public service ya rena e be maemo a mabotse go fa ditirelo tšeo batho ba di hlokago. Ka godimo ga fao modulasetulo re hlokometse gore taba e ya go se tlatše dikgoba ka mmušong e ba bothata jo bo nyakang gore Deputy Minister le bo hlokomele le lokiše jwale ka ge le tla ka mano a gore the delegations of powers to ministers and MECs is what you are considering to. It should be fast track in a way that ga re tšwele pele go bona batho ba rena ba palela ko go fiwa ditirelo ka lebaka la gore diposo di sa tlatšiwa ka tshwanelo. Mare e sepelelana le taba e ya ge batho ba sentše ka mmušong ba swanetše ba išiwe makgotlakgalemo. Taba e sepela nako e telele ba hwetša re sa tsebe gore na e sa le gona na. And in the process batho bona bao re gononelago gore ba swanetše ba kgalengwe ba tšwela pele ba gola ba kry-a tšhelete ya mmušo mafelelo e re fetša tabaela o kry-a gore o sentše tšhelete e ntšintši ge e le gore o hwetšwa le molato tšhelete ela e bonala gore re be re no e senya ka motho o na le molato. So ge re ka builda a system e le gore ge batho ba ya makgotlakgalemong e ba ka lebelonyana dilo tša sepela ka tshwanelo re a tseba gore ga se fela go tšwa ka ga lena mo le ditela gago le rena ba re ba go re amega gantši ge re swanetše re appiere re diriša molao go dila dilo ka moka but mmušo o swantše o age capacity e kaone ya go kgona go dira dilo tšeo so that ga re tšwele pele go ba le di-perpetual disciplinary hearings tše di tletšego everywhere. I would want to take an example ya province ya gešo ya Limpopo yeo e sa tšwago ka fase ga administration. Go sa na le a lot of people ba ba swantše go ba di hearings mare di hearings tša gona di sepele di fihla mo e le gore e feta ka nako e swantše go e be gona. And we do know gore molao o re mo go nang le an acting person Deputy Minister e swanetše go ba for a certain particular time mare rena re lebeletše ka mogare ga system ya rena ya mmušo go ba le di-acting tše dintšhi nako e telele so ke tše dintši le gore di affecta performance ya mmušo. Ge re ka kgona go hlokomela di-area tšeo re tlo aga mmušo o mokaone ra kgona go accounta go batho ba Afrika Borwa ra bontšha gore dilo di sepela ka tsela ya malema. Ke gopola gore mmušo wa ANC ke mmušo o eteletšego batho ba Afrika Borwa pele ka maekarabelo a feleletšego ke ka lebaka le le taba ya go bolela ka bosenyi, corruption, le sa ke go le katakata ka yona le e bolediša every time and ge dilo di sa sepela botse gore go na le batho ka mogare ga babereki ba rena ba mmušo bao e leng gore diatla tša bona di gamuthetše madi ba senya ba senyetša mmušo ba senyetša batšhedi ba motšhelo. So we thought dilo tše di bjale ge di ka šalwa morago tša kgalengwa tša sepela ka tsela ya maleo re tlo bona re fihlelela dilo tše re di nyakago. Re a tseba gore gantši ge re bolela ka parlamenteng le mo e lego gore re swanela ke gore re kwane re bontšhe gore dilo a di sepela gabotse tšatši e lengwe o no humana ba bangwe ba no kgetha go tšea ya bona tsela ba tla ka tsela e se ba go yona. Nnete ke gore komiti ye re dulago ka ga yona ga e tsefele ke taba ya ka tsela e le gore department ga e tšee taba ya NCOP ka tsela ya maleba. Re be re duma gore le tšeeng karolo jwale ka ge go swanetše quarterly re kry-e gore na le tla kae ge re šala re tlo ba re voutetše budget ya lena re tsebe gore na le tla kae di-program tša lena di tsamaya jwang di sepela ka tsela ya maleba na because bontši bjo auditor general a ya go a kopana le tšona ka mola di nyaka monitoring ya department ya lena. Therefore ge le ka tšwelela ga rena le rena le re bontšha gore na le katana le eng le lokiša babereki ba mmušo ka tsela ya mohutama will be able to play our oversight in a better way. The moment le sa appear, you deprive us, information that will help us to play oversight effectively on behalf of the people of South Africa. So re na re dumela gore ge re ka bereka mmogo ra dira re le mmogo ke nagana gore taba e ya go rejecta the budget vote, it will come to an end ka moka ga rena ra bereka re le bašomi ba Afrika Borwa re tšhofana ga rena gore e kgone go compete le dinaga tše dingwe because we should not forget gore South Africa e ya rena e compete le mafase a mangwe le naga tše dingwe mo lefaseng. So everything that we do we should be able to say we are putting our country forward. Re nyaka go e bea mmepeng batho ka moka ba e hlomphe lefaseng ka moka ka mantšu awe re rata gore rena ba komiti e kudu rena ba go tšwa ga African National Congress ga re lebelele morago ge re re budget vote ye ga e amogele mosepediši e be e tla go kgona go sepetša ditirelo tša mmušo gabotse sebatakgong.
Thank you. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Hlodlo.
Honorable Third Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you very much for your inputs. I'd like to set the record straight, Honorable Chairperson. We, to my knowledge, when we are invited to come and give a presentation to the House, we do come. And I think this is why I specifically said the last time that I appeared before this House, I requested the House to make sure that from time to time they call us to come and account. It was a plea that I personally made to the House. So I think we should plan better. Not that I am chastising the House. I think we should plan better so that we're able to engage more frequently, because this is how our people know what it is that we're doing and where it is that we need to be correcting matters. The second thing that I want to raise is I think it's a bit disingenuous and unfair to mislead the public on the things that happen within the public service. I think as much as possible, because we are representatives of the people, we need to be as honest as possible in our deliberations, both from our side as government and both from the side and also from the side of the committee itself, so that when we engage, we're able to give people an opportunity to determine whether or not what it is that we say we would be doing does indeed happen or not. I'll give a few examples. The budget vote for the department is much more than the salaries of all DDGs and DGs combined. The department is a small department that deals with norms and standards across the public service. And the budget for the DG and DDGs is a very small budget throughout the portfolio. So I think it's unfair to say to the public that the budget goes there. Because I think at some point we need to assist one another to understand how the planning processes of government work. First and foremost, we are all guided, all departments are guided by the National Development Plan. That further informs, and other variables, also that further informs the medium-term strategic framework. That strategic framework is then costed. And out of that, you then have your yearly or your midterm expenditure framework. So the processes need to be understood in context so that when we talk to our people out there, we're able to explain this effectively. So I think some education needs to happen, and this is in an effort so that we can help one another to understand how the planning processes of government work and how the reporting processes of government work. Determining how much, what percentage wages need to grow is a process that is determined at the Public Service Bargaining Council. It is not the department that determines that. It is through a process of negotiations. Yes. Again, let us inform our people properly. That process entails negotiating not just with the COSATU unions, as people would want us to convey to the public, because that is not true. There are other unions that are not affiliated to COSATU that are part of that process. But again, I think all unions will go into the negotiation process so that they can get the best out of the process that they could for their membership. Out of the 1.3 plus million public servants, only about 600 have been found not to have the prerequisite skills. I'm talking about the public service that I work for. Only about 600 have found not to have the prerequisite skills. And out of that 600 also includes applicants, which means those applicants automatically would fall along the wayside. So the issue is not as bad as it is, but 600 is also 600 too many. So I'm not justifying that, I still say it's bad. On issues relating to discipline and such like stuff that are labor relations in nature, I have said that we've developed a pool of experts that will be able to help government to deal with all of these matters relating to precautionary suspensions and also disciplinary cases, grievances, and things like that. So we are doing something about that, and of course, we can always do better. On financial disclosures, as at the end of May 2013, we stood at 81% for national departments. Again, let us be truthful and honest when we report on these matters, and 88% in provinces. Now, the figures for 2013, 2014, I do not have. But Chairperson, I'd like to say that all of that which has been asked of the department, and if anybody needs further information, we should only be called by you as the select committee to come and give an account of what it is that the department is doing. We're always ready to do that. If you call us, we will come. We have made that commitment, and it's a commitment we want to stick to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Minister for availing herself for this. Honorable members, I'm informed that an arrangement has been made that buses will be leaving at 8:30 immediately after the dinner that has been arranged. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. Members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the house. The house is adjourned.